Abraham, I just want to make sure that you don't need anything before the meeting gets underway shortly.
No, I think I'm okay. Thank you, Robert.
Yep, no problem.
Okay, we'll get started. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Street Life Committee meeting of Community Board 8. Today is September 5th. I hope everyone had a good Labor Day holiday. Few rules of the road for today. I'm going to go down the agenda and invite the applicant or the representative for each application to make themselves known, come off mute, and tell us a little bit about their application. In doing so, I invite all applicants and representatives to state their name, let us know the nature of their application, let us know if there have been any complaints for the location, if the location is ADA compliant, whether there's any outdoor seating, whether that's sidewalk or roadway. That'll help us with some of the questions for the applications. Afterwards, I will then inquire if there's any member of the public with questions or comments on that particular application. And after members of the public, I will open the floor to questions, comments, or motions from my fellow committee members. Couple of reminders, please make sure that you direct all questions and comments to me as a chair. I'd like to avoid any crosstalk. As always, please be mindful and respectful of other participants and speakers, and adhere to the decorum rules. Another reminder, any action or motion taken here will go to and be voted on at the full board meeting, which will be on Wednesday, September 20th. And with that, I think that is the rules for me. So I'll go to Robert for the technical rules of the road.
Sure, thank you, Abraham. Welcome. If this is your first time joining us virtually or your first time in a long time, you notice that you are currently muted, and everyone will remain muted throughout the meeting except the committee chair, Abraham, and any presenters as we move through the agenda. Following the presentations, as we move through the agenda, the chair will call on members of the public who wish to speak. You can participate by going to the reactions icon on your device and pressing raise hand. Not the wave or the thumbs up. Those are only temporary and they will disappear. Only press the raise hand button once. If you press it a second time, your hand will go back down. If you're calling on the phone, it is *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. Please be on the lookout for a prompt asking you to confirm unmuting once Abraham calls on you. Chat is for technical support only to help with Zoom software problems, not to ask questions of the chair or the presenters. They will not see these chats. If you're using an older version of Zoom, you will need to go to the participants section where you will find the raise hand feature there. Please do not raise your actual hand or wave at the screen because we may not be able to see you. Chat me. I'm here for support. Abraham, back to you.
Thank you very much, Robert. Okay, just want to make sure I have the correct tally of our committee members. I have myself, Bill, Barbara, Judy, Valerie, Casey, Robin, Lindsay, Marco, and Russell. And now I also see Evan. Oh, see Mrs. Brown. Okay. Anyone else that I missed, Robert?
Not as far as I can tell, Abraham.
Okay. Well, in that case, let's get started, and I will go down the agenda. Do I have the representative for item 1A? This is for Pooties Credit LLC.
If you're here, if the representative is here for Pucci's Credit, please raise your hand.
Yeah, I see Myosef.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Hello, Mark Yosef here.
Hi there, welcome.
So yeah, So our application is, there's actually two applications. One is for the temporary beer and wine license, and the other is for the full liquor license. We are opening a comedy club where Dangerfields used to be at 1118 First Avenue in the Upper East Side.
Okay. Okay, do you want to tell us about your method of operation, hours of operation, ADA compliance, et cetera?
Sure. So it would be from 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. However, the comedy shows would probably end at around midnight. It's ADA compliant. We would be serving, a limited menu as well to go with the alcohol. The capacity of the club, I think, is it's 194 in the showroom. It's only for comedy. There'll be, I think it's only for stand-up pretty much. There'll be no other use of it.
Okay. Okay, do you have, given the capacity, do you have a public assembly permit as well?
Yeah, we have, my architect applied for the PA.
Okay, great. Okay, and then, and you have no intention to use it for any other private functions or anything else like that?
No.
Okay. Okay, thank you. First, I'll go to members of the public. Are there any members of the public that have questions or comments on this application? And just for ease, I know that, so the 1A is for the wine and beer for the temporary, and the second is for the liquor, wine and beer for the full, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Judy, I see your hand.
Hi, and welcome to the neighborhood. Can you tell us a little bit more about yourself? When do you think you're planning on opening? Could you be a little bit more specific about the food? And I'm sorry if it was listed, I didn't get it. What was the food drink ratio?
Sure. So, opening, I mean, tentatively end of year, more than likely. Well, I mean, almost certainly by 2024, probably mid 2024. The food will be appetizers, hors d'oeuvres, and the alcohol will be limited to about, usually the comedy clubs have two drink minimum. But I formerly was at Comic Strip, so we probably will keep it between 2 and 3 even maximum. The ratio would probably be 60-40, I would assume.
And I'm sorry, I didn't, on your hours, I didn't get it. Are you going to have afternoon shows, evening shows? When will the people be on?
Primarily the shows will be in the evening, so 8 o'clock shows are standard. And then there'll probably be an additional show on Friday nights and Saturday nights. Usually an 8 o'clock and a 10 o'clock, and they'll be done by midnight.
Okay, because I thought you said you opened at noon. Did I mishear you?
Yeah, there won't be shows at noon. It'll open, sometimes they have like open mics at like 5, and then just opening for our employees, meetings, or like to take phone calls for like reservations.
I'm talking about open to the public. I'm not talking about for the staff and so on. That's what I'm interested in. What the community, when will it be open to the public?
I don't have an exact time now, but I assume sometime around between, I say the afternoon, like probably around 5, I would assume, 5 p.m., maybe a little earlier.
So then people just come in until 8 o'clock and they have something to snack on and have a drink and whatever until the show starts.
Yes, there's usually an open mic till like 6, and then from
What
6
is,
to
I'm sorry, I'm a senior. What does open mic mean?
open mic is where people who are trying to be comedians will go up and do their own sets.
Okay,
Usually
okay.
do 5-minute sets in front of each other. That usually is about it for an hour. And then from 6 to 8, people will start to file in. Maybe they'll want a drink or a snack, and then reservations. And then, we start seating at 7:30.
Okay, my last question is, are you the owner? Who are you? I didn't quite get the introduction.
Yes, the owner.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to the neighborhood.
You're welcome.
Great, thank you, Judy. Next, I'll go to Bill.
Hi, following up on Julie's question. When you say open mic, and it's open in the afternoon, there will be free admission.
I can't hear that well. I'm sorry.
Will be free admission prior to 8 o'clock.
Usually, like, I might outsource that to like whoever the producer wants to do that. Usually somebody else runs the open mic. Some are free, sometimes they might charge. I don't know. I don't really know offhand how they want to run it.
So when the show starts at 8 o'clock, there will be admission.
I'm sorry?
When the show starts at 8 o'clock, there will be admission.
Admission fee, yeah. For
Yes.
the main event show at 8 o'clock, yes.
Yeah. And you say that the hours end at 12 o'clock, the comedy show, but it's closed at 2 o'clock. So what's going to happen between at midnight to 2 a.m.?
Well, likely nothing. The only option is, the only idea is that if the show might run to 12:30 or something of that nature, sometimes a lot of comedy shows run a little bit over. It's going to run only till 12 on Fridays and Saturdays. There'll be no late show on during the week.
Oh, I have no question.
Great, thanks, Bill. Next, I'll go to Russell.
Motion to approve.
Great. I'm seeing a couple hands in support of that. And just one practical point, since item 1A and 1B are both for the same applicant and they are the same, effectively one is for the temporary, one is for the permanent. I would move that we vote on them together. Do I have support for that?
Second.
Great, okay. Then in that case, I'd say we call the question. Does anyone oppose calling the question on this motion to approve? If not, okay, then I will go to the roll. So this is a motion to approve. This is for 1A and B. The temporary is for wine and beer. The full is for liquor, wine, beer, and cider. If you're voting no, not voting for cause or abstaining, please give me an indicator. Otherwise, I will mark you down as an approval. So no, not voting for cause or abstaining. Judy, I see your hand.
Yes, I have one more question after you finish the roll. I'm voting yes.
Okay, seeing no hands for no, not voting for cause or abstaining, this will go down as an approval. And then Judy has one more question for you.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to know is if you get very busy, hopefully you will be very busy and have lots of people there, will you have somebody, security controlling the outside and the noise? Because it is you have a residential building across the street and above you. So just want to make sure that there will be someone there to control the public and so on.
Yes, absolutely. So for Friday nights and Saturday nights, usually the busiest, we will definitely have crowd control. If there is a line outside, we will definitely have somebody on the outside as well as security inside for, hopefully it is, like you said, full. But I know Friday nights and Saturday nights tend to be the busiest for comedy, so we'll definitely have staff and like people if there is a line forming outside. We're a comedy club, so we want to keep the noise levels low for the comedians as well. So we don't want any noise outside. So it's in our interest as well. But we absolutely will employ security to protect patrons, protect the public, protect our business.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, next I'll go to, do I have item 1C, Faraya? To have a representative or applicant for Faraya? Yes.
Hear me now? Good evening, everyone. So nice to hear your invitation about Faraya 2565 Inc. My client, Gemma, is also there. Can you unmute her? Gemma, AJJMA. She's owner.
Yes.
And she has 2 other partners, but she's a president of this corporation. It's a Thai food. The previous owner doesn't run business very well, and now Gemma just got the lease from previous owner, and now she's renovates the premises. The restaurant will have a full liquor. We are applying for liquor, not only wine, beer, but also liquor. However, we don't run business very late. We close at 11:30 p.m., which is very reasonable, before midnight. And this is a small business. It's not big one. We only have like 42 seats plus the bar, 12 seats, not big ones. So we are willing to bring a different flavor to the neighborhood, like Thai food, and we'll keep our business secure and under control, because we have 3 partners. We could have enough hands to control the our business. So should be okay. I believe we have a good reputation in that restaurant. The previous owner doesn't cause any trouble. This one will also be good. If you have any questions, you could you're free to ask me, and as well as our owner here, Gemma.
Great. Thank you very much. Before I go to the members of the public, one is the location ADA compliant?
What's your question?
So is the location ADA compliant? Does it comply with the American with Disabilities Act, meaning the accessibility of the establishment? Yes.
Of course, we have no stairs in front door, no stairs at all.
I see. Okay. And then secondly, do you have any plans for any outdoor space, either on the sidewalk or in the roadway?
No, not at all. We don't apply for anything.
Okay, thank you very much. So first I'll go to are there any members of the public with questions or comments on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll go to my fellow committee member, Mrs. Brown.
Yes, thank you very much. When you asked about ADA compliance, she said there wasn't any stairs. Are the restrooms ADA compliant?
We have, let me see, I need glasses. I remember we have only one bathroom, but it is a small business, small restaurant, the one bathroom for public is good enough. We have a waiver for requirement of 2 bathrooms. We are going to submit application after this meeting. We prepared, but we are waiting for the approval and submit application.
I'm a little unclear. You're stating that you only have 1 restroom. You received a waiver and that restroom is non-compliant?
No, we comply, but we don't have 2 bathrooms. So we request waiver of 2 bathrooms. We have 1 bathroom. That's normal for a small business in Manhattan. The small restaurant have only 1 bathroom. We only have 42 seats. We don't have many seats.
Well, is that 1 restroom? How wide is it? Can a wheelchair access it? Do you have ADA compliant handbars inside of the stall?
Gemma, could you please answer the Miss Brown, right?
Yes, we do. Our bathroom as ADA comply is 6 foot. The wheelchair can turn around in the bathroom.
Great. Thank you, Ajima. That's very helpful.
I'm going to yield the rest of my time to Marco Tamayo since he can enlighten me as to what concerns are being presented here. I'm a little unclear with the waiver. I'm not understanding that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown. I'll go to Marco and then to Barbara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I would like that you should ask if who is speaking on behalf of the application, because I would like to see if it's the owner or is the expediter or whoever it is, or the attorney. We need to know that this is extremely important question,
Okay.
because for us to make a judgment who's saying something, we can understand what's going on.
All right. I'm the attorney for this applicant. Submit the application. My client, Gemma, is also online, and she could answer all the details of this restaurant.
Okay, thank you for that. And I didn't know who you are. First of all, there is no waivers for badging. You must be compliance. You said clearly at the beginning of the application you have 48 seats and 12 at the bar, so 60 persons plus the staff. Usually it will exceed more than 75, but I don't want to go in that direction. I want to leave, I'm not going to comment anymore in that direction, even though that I should, because it's a percentage. It's not whatever you want. You say I just have 5 employees for the rest of the place for the venue. No, it's not that the way. There is a rule established in the code, in the building code. So this is one, and the other one is I would like to know who waived it to you. One of the places.
Okay.
Or one of the
Okay.
bathrooms.
The one bathroom is very common in Manhattan for a small restaurant. Not many restaurant has 2 bathrooms. This is only 42 seats. And the waiver we sent to is legal authority. They have no objection of that waiver. If you don't have 2.
I'm sorry, being you an attorney, you shouldn't say that, because the only institution that established the regulation of the venue is the Department of Buildings. The Department of Buildings regulate everything. You can send whatever information to the liquor license authority, and it is fine, but they don't rule the conditions of the venue. And the only institution, you know very well as an attorney, is only the Department of Buildings. The Department of Buildings make a decision. So my first point is you should have at least 2 two bathrooms, at least one handicap, and the other it could be a regular bathroom, because with 60 people plus the staff, you really need two bathrooms. If we were less than 25, yes, one bathroom. Yes, that is correct. And also less than 25, you must have a handicap, and you should allow the patrons use the venue or the bathroom venue or not. It's your choice. When you have a 60 people, yes, it is required to have. And as I said before, the handicap bathroom, it can be unisex. That is allowable for the building code. So it can be male and female. But the other bathroom also you can do almost the same, but you will require to have two bathrooms because you have more than 75, I guess. But I don't want to go in that direction. I just want to say it, that for the number of people that you have in the menu, you really need two bathrooms, one for female, one for males, whatever the use will be.
Marco, my client is applying for permit to do renovation. Will comply with each requirement from building department. She's here. She's trying to answer your question.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I just want to add some information. We actually have one bathroom upstairs, which should comply with the ADA. And we also have one bathroom downstairs. Downstairs also have kitchen and have bathroom there. So we plan to provide that for customer as well.
Okay. So I think that's my questions, and I think it's perfectly fine, two bathrooms at least, even though the one and downstairs, I guess, is the kitchen, and that is more for the employees, but I think you can have that part. And also, I think I strongly recommend when you make a comment, you have to refer to the Department of Buildings, no any other institution, because this is the institution to review the venue, and they put a violation if it's needed or not. And thank you so much.
Okay, great. And Ajima, thank you for clarifying on what you have on the ground, since you are closer to it. Okay, Barbara?
Like to call the question?
Okay, great. Do you have any seconds? Okay, so call the question. Is anyone opposed to calling the question? Seeing none, just thumbs up. Okay, in that case, I'll go to the roll. This is a motion to approve. If anyone's voting no, not voting for cause, or abstaining, please give me an indicator and I will put you down as a yes vote. If you're voting no, not voting for cause, or abstaining, let me know. Okay, seeing none, this will go down as an 11-0 approval. Thank you very much, and good luck as you transition.
Thank you so much, everyone. Good night.
Thank you. Good night. Okay, now do I have the representative for item 1D, 1744 Restaurant Inc.?
Abraham, Mrs. Brown's hand is raised.
Mrs. Brown, yes?
Sorry, but I couldn't get my reaction button unblocked, but I wanted to vote no on that previous application.
Okay, I will put you down as a no on that prior vote. Thank you very much for clarifying.
Shirley.
And Abraham, we were also joined by another committee board member, just to let you know, Jennifer.
Great. Okay, thank you. Okay, do we have the representative for 1744? Yes, I'm seeing William and Rosa.
Hi, good evening. Rosa Ruiz for the applicant for 1744 Rest Inc. They
Hi,
had a
good
previous.
I said hi, good evening.
Good evening. So he had the previous location years ago at 1754. And because of COVID or whatever, they ended up closing up. And now he's leasing this space over at 1744. His name is William D. Moore. The proposed hours of operation are 3 p.m. to 2 a.m., Monday through Friday, and Saturday and Sunday from 12 to 2. 13 seats at the bar, 24 at the tables. There will be live and pipe music. There is soundproofing. And I believe you have everything else.
Okay, is this location ADA compliant,
Liam?
or will it be?
Yes, yes, it will be. It is. Sorry, I mean.
Okay. Do you have any plans for any outdoor space?
Yeah, I would like to put some tables at the front, some tables and chairs if we can.
On the sidewalk?
Sidewalk, yes.
Sidewalk,
Okay.
Okay, so then that'll be a separate application once that process goes through, okay?
Yes, and I don't know when that's gonna happen, because I don't know if you're aware or not, DOT is.
Yes,
Okay.
¿Qué pasa, Eric?
yeah.
Buenas tardes. Dime.
Oh, Marco, I think you're unmuted. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, that's all thank you for that. That's the questions I have. I will go to the members of the public. If there's any member of the public with any questions or comments on this application, do let me know. Okay, seeing none, I will go to fellow committee members. I have Bill.
A motion to approve the application.
Great, thank you, Bill. Do I have a second? Oh, I see Barbara's hand as a second. Great, okay. And Robin as well. Okay. In that case, I'll say let's call the question unless anyone opposes. Does anyone oppose calling the question? Okay, seeing no hands. In that case, we'll go to the roll for this motion to approve. If anyone's voting no, not voting for cause or abstaining, give me an indication. Otherwise, I will put you down as a yes vote. Anyone voting no, not voting for cause or abstaining? Okay, seeing none, in that case, this will go down as a yes, 12-0. Thank you very much and good luck on the new location.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, I'd like to move on to item 1E. Do I have the representative for Sun Palace 82? Sun Palace 82 representative or applicant?
Hi, my name is Ellen from ABC License. The applicant is also, he's Jackie's son. He's trying to join.
Okay, hello, Ellen.
Okay.
Okay, yes, I see Jackie.
Okay, hi, he's the owner. This is for Sun Palace 82 LLC. The DBA name was pending when we filed the application, but now it's set as Tang by Mr. Sun. Will update that DBA name later on. It's at 1442 3rd Avenue where Shunli Cafe used to be for a brief period of time. They're located between East 81st and East 82nd Street, operating hours from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Their maximum occupancy per certificate of occupancy is divided into two separate first floor and second floor, and total is 191. They have a total of 24 seats. The first floor and second floor. The first floor has 16 tables and 58 seats, and the second floor will have 8 tables and 26 seats. The second floor is where the bar will be, not on the first floor. The bar is 13 by 7.2. It's an L-shaped bar. Mr. Jackie's son currently already has 3 restaurants full operating, one already a full liquor in Long Island City, and the current with the beer and wine in Midtown, we're upgrading to a full liquor license. Here, we're starting off with the beer and wine because if we apply for a full liquor license, they don't qualify for a temporary permit reason. That's the only reason we're applying for a beer and wine. Initially, we asked for a full liquor, but we're starting off with the beer and wine, please.
Understood.
And this is ADA compliant. They have 3 restrooms on the first floor and 2 additional restrooms on the second floor as well. So if the board, hi, Mark, if anyone has questions, please. Hi, I know you're gonna question the CEO.
Yeah, okay, so before I go to Marco, I'll see if there's any members of the public on this application. While I see if there's anyone from the public, do you have any plans for any outdoor space usage?
No, no outdoor space needed because they have plenty of seats indoors.
Great. Okay, seeing no members of the public, I'll go to my fellow committee member, esteemed Marco.
Abraham, I also just
Thank
want to
you.
flag that we were joined by Addison as well. Before I
Yep. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The issue I lost the train. I would like, I think Koski already asked another information. Some of the venues, they come in for renewal. Some of the venues, they are new openings. And some of them, they claim to have a handicap accessible. It's either we have to request the layout of the floors. So that will be part of the application that was submitted in the community board. In addition, I think this is the cause main idea is to ask a picture of the main entrance, because always there is a step over there, and that is not handicap accessible. However, we can, as long as they promise to have a temporary or removable ramp is acceptable as per the American Disability Act. So if we can do that, so we can actually verify that the venue is ADA compliance. I think that I strongly recommend that all the applications, they should come with this kind of information. Otherwise, we believe, and this is what was my main reason to ask who are presented in the community board, because attorneys, they are more careful, especially for the license, to present the real situations, others not. So I think this is my point, and in this case, I do not have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco. For this particular application, we do have the layout. They were included in the application, so we're good there. And then I am looking at the most recent image of the frontage, which does show a ramp. So thank you for raising that point, just to confirm with Ellen that there is a step up. So will there be a continued ramp at that entrance to ensure that it continues to be ADA compliant?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, any other committee members with questions, comments, or would like to make a motion? Marco?
I would like to make a motion to approve unless somebody else want to talk before me. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Brown?
Yes, I would approve this application with the stipulation regarding the ramp, so that should be noted.
Okay, ramp. And then
Okay.
I'm sure that's okay with you?
I move to approve, call the vote. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Does anyone oppose calling the question? Okay, then I will go to the roll. This is a motion to approve and memorializing the ramp. If anyone's voting no, not voting for cause or abstaining, do give me a sign. Otherwise, this will go as an approval. Voting no, not voting for cause or abstaining. Okay, this will go as an approval. Thank you very much, Ellen. Appreciate. Okay. Okay, moving to the next item. Do I have the representative for 1F, A to Z, Asian cuisine?
Ellen, you're unmuted still.
Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you. We're also representing A to Z Asian Cuisine INC at 1372 Lexington Avenue. It's between East 90th and East 91st Street. They've been there for the latest prior was 2009 per Google View. They were always there. It was a Chinese takeout restaurant. Now Ethan, who's also joined the meeting, he took over and he wished to add the beer and wine to the establishment. Currently, they are operating 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. 7 days. They have 7 tables and 22 seats. The counter, which is a cashier counter, is where you could say there's no seats, but 5 by 4.2 L-shaped bar, since there'll be money exchanged. They do have one restroom, but it's not ADA compliant. The architect is working on to make it ADA compliant. Okay. Any questions on this application?
Did you say, was there any outdoor space usage anticipated?
No, no outdoor space.
Okay, thank you. So first I'll go to inquire members of the public, if there's any members of the public. Questions or comments? If not, I will go to my committee members. I will go in. I'll go to Addison first, since we've not heard from you yet, and then Russell, and then Marco.
Oh, I didn't have any questions. I was just going to make a motion to approve the application.
Okay, thank you, Addison. Russell?
It looks like the application says there's no bicycle delivery. Is that right?
No bicycle deliveries.
You guys don't do any delivery?
No, it's third-party deliveries online.
That would still, though, we'd still want the bicycle affidavit for that, because it would still be.
We submitted the bicycle affidavit as well.
Okay, but it's just so the establishment itself is not. It's all going to be third party. Okay, yes, I see that here. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Mrs. Brown.
If I understood the applicant or the attorney, she stated that it was not ADA compliant.
It's not ADA compliant, Mrs. Brown. Currently, the width is 3.2, and it's 3.2 by 5 feet restroom, and the architect is working on to file the a permit to make it ADA compliant.
Well, then I would approve this application with the stipulation that it has to be ADA compliant. Until then, I don't think we should support it.
With the renovations, yes, understood.
All right, thank you.
Okay, great. Marco?
Yeah, I would like to call the question, but I think we have to be very careful in the stipulation that they have to be filed for improvement of the version. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, great. So I think we had a call a question. We had the motion to approve that was seconded. Call a question. Does anyone oppose calling the question on this? Is a motion to approve with the stipulation that it will be ADA compliant after the renovations and filed with DOB. Okay, if anyone's voting no, not voting for cause or abstaining, let me know. Anyone voting no, not voting for cause or abstaining. Okay, then this will go down as an approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, do I have the applicant or representative for item 1G, Upper East Side Hospitality, which I believe is Crave? Crave Fish Bar? Yes, via Brian.
How are you?
Good evening.
Hi, good evening, welcome.
So we're presenting for a full liquor license at 1462 2nd Avenue. We are the owner operators of Crave Fish Bar. We have two locations, 50th Street and 2nd Avenue and 80th Street and Amsterdam Avenue. Chef Todd and I are partners. We've been operating restaurants together for over 15 years in Manhattan. And we're looking to open up at this location for a full liquor license. We're a full service restaurant, chef driven, seasonal, operating for brunch, lunch, and dinner.
Great.
So we're attending.
Thank you very much. So this is the old meatball shop location, is that right?
This was the old meatball shop location, correct?
Great. Do you have any plans for make use of any outdoor space, either on the sidewalk or roadway?
In the future, in a separate application, from what we understand from our attorney, they're changing the whole system, so we know we have to come back for your approval in the future.
Okay, great. And I believe this location was, but just to your understanding, this location is ADA compliant and will be after you open?
Absolutely. It has one ADA bathroom on the first floor, and it has 2 bathrooms downstairs for non-ADA guests.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay,
You're
so
welcome.
first I'll go to members of the public if there's any questions or comments. Members of the public, I do see one hand from, oh, 2 hands. First I'll go to Orit, then followed by Dan Kuznets.
Yes. Hi, actually, I want to welcome you. Hearing that you are a full-fledged 100% restaurant makes me very, very happy. I live across the street, and we never had any issues with the meatball shop. Where there's the Boqueria. In the past, we had a terrible bar that was called Southern Hospitality with live music. And so when I heard fish bar, I mean, I appreciate that this is a fish restaurant, but the word bar triggers some emotions in me. So just wanted to join in and confirm that this is actually a restaurant, which is, I'm delighted, and I'll be delighted to be a customer and visit this restaurant, and just making sure that the music is just like ambient type of music that you'd expect in the restaurant, no live music, that kind of stuff. Thank you.
We are in fact a full service seasonal seafood restaurant. And exactly what you said, the music will only be background ambient music.
And we build out with soundproofing. So there'll be soundproofing. We've been on the Upper West Side for 8 years, but what I was trying to do is find a location on the Upper East Side for the last 10 years. And the broker ended up finding a location for me on the Upper West Side, but I've been searching for the right location for the last 10 years to be on Upper East Side. We're a neighborhood seafood restaurant. Fish bar is about eating at the bar together. So it's communal, it's neighborhood. So that's just, we're happen to be a fish bar because we just want to, we thought it was fun to kind of call it a different name. But we are, if you look at our menu, we're a sustainable seafood restaurant. We were the first sustainable seafood restaurant awarded by Monterey Bay Aquarium and James Beard Foundation. We do a lot of community-based work and activity. So, we are definitely, we love the Upper East Side as a true neighborhood, and that's really why we would love to be operating there.
Okay, thank you.
Great,
Thank you.
thank you. Let's go to Dan. And I can vouch, I've been to the Midtown location several times, and I do very much enjoy the cuisine. So I'm very excited to have you guys coming to the Upper East Side.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
My name is Dan Kuznets. I live at 78th and 3rd. When I heard that Crave Fish Bar was moving in, I just wanted to come to the meeting and welcome them. Brian and I met because I have been a customer of his Midtown restaurant for years. And then we met at a charity event. I have gotten to know the employees and the people, and Brian runs a tight organization, and they're really family, and I think they will be an excellent addition to our neighborhood. So I ask you to approve them.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other members of the public, and I'm seeing none, then I will go to my committee members. First Marco, then Mrs. Brown.
I would like to put a motion then to speak. The motion is to approve as presented.
You have a thumbs up?
Okay, so the issue that I'd like to see, if I'm not wrong, I think you have a step at the entrance. Are you planning to put a temporary ramp? Because there is no restaurant that was built at the same level of the sidewalk. Always you need a step because of water, because of many things. So it's nothing wrong. And in addition, probably you want to have some tables outside. If you put a handicap of 6 feet, they will kill your business. And that's not my intention. I think if you put at least something temporary, you offer for the patrons, I think that will be great. And if you are willing to put as a part of the a stipulation in the application, are you willing to do that?
My sister's in a wheelchair. She has multiple sclerosis. I'm on the board. I'm a member of the board of the National MS Society. We raise money for the MS Society every year. We do a bike ride with our customers and our staff. You know, that's something I'm very sensitive to. So I couldn't imagine opening a restaurant and my sister not being able to come see me. So that's already been addressed with our architect expediter. And that's something that also the building is going for a full C of O. They're working on it the temporary. So there's a phase one plan, and then there's a phase two, which is, you know, in conjunction with what the building is doing upstairs to get the full C of O on the building.
Yeah, it will take you probably a couple of years, the CEO. I know that. So don't worry about that. As long as it's in the stipulation, that's fine. Thank you. And welcome.
Thank you.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Owens, did you state that you would provide the ramp? I was unclear whether that was a yes that you.
I
would
will,
do.
there will be a ramp in front from the day we open, correct?
Thank you. And my other question is there any outdoor seating in the back at all?
There's not.
There's not. And do the doors or the windows open from the old meatball shop in the front?
I think from like the waist up,
Yeah, I thought.
there's windows that open up.
All right, well, would like for you to be sure that those windows are closed at 10 p.m., please, because there
That's
are.
not a problem.
No problem.
All right, thank you. Well, then.
I also,
Then I was going to say I can support this application, and I call for question, and I wish you the best. And thank you for
Thank
coming.
you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right.
Great, thank you. Addison? Oh, Addison's hands down. Russell?
Call a question.
Great. Okay. Is anyone opposed to calling the question? If not, again, this is a motion to approve with the stipulation of ADA compliance and the ramp. Windows and doors is part of our normal course of 10 p.m., but they've agreed to as well. So if anyone's voting no, not voting for cause or abstaining, please give me a sign. No, not voting for cause or abstaining. Okay, great. Well, that's going to go down as an 11-0 approval. Thank you very much, and good luck to you, and we look forward to welcoming you to the neighborhood.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, appreciate it.
Okay, so that concludes category 1. I'm moving on to section 2. Do I have the representatives for item 2A? This is Serafina to go. Okay. Great. Okay,
Hi,
great.
everybody.
Hello, Brian.
Hi, my name is Brian Fink. I'm the attorney representative, and with me is Kevin Del Casale. He's the Director of Development, Compliance, and Purchasing at Serafina. So this is for a class change. It's currently an on-premise beer, wine, and cider at 1492 3rd Avenue. It's right on the corner of East 84th and 3rd. And it would be a class change to a full on-premise liquor. Right now, the establishment is closed, but before it closed, it operated as a kind of to-go, kind of grab-and-go method of operation. With the class change, it's going to be more like a sit-down experience with tableside service. So there's going to be an expanded menu, salads, pizzas, pastas, sandwiches, some limited entrees, desserts, and there will be beverages, including alcoholic beverages. The estimated proportion of food to alcoholic beverages is about 85% food to 15% alcohol. The hours are 12 to 10, Monday through Friday, so that's noon to 10 p.m. There are 42 seats inside at tables, 6 seats at the bar. It's recorded music only. There will be 4 tables outside on 3rd Avenue only, and there'll be 2 tops each, so it'll be 8 seats total. No known 311 complaints and ADA compliant.
Okay. And I'm sorry. Great. And so when we last were together in July, I know we had some back and forth, and we had you guys had agreed to lay over the the application. Has there been any resolution or progress with the conversations of with the building above and the local residents? I know some are here to get your view before we jump in.
Yes, so that's right. So Andrew, who raised his hand, he was on the email thread. Also Todd Schwartz, who looks to be here, was also there. Kevin, several others as well. So we shared various DOB plans, particularly with respect to the cooking equipment and the kitchen. So with this change in method of operation, there's going to be some small changes to the kitchen to accommodate the expanded menu. So the condo association requested the filings, the DOB filings related to that. They shared those filings with their own architectural team, and we had some back and forth about clarifying some of the components, specifying what kind of equipment is going to be used, that sort of thing. There was also some discussion about some other aspects of the operation, but the focus was really on that kitchen. So my understanding, based on the email correspondence, is that the association's architects were satisfied. They considered the matter closed. We have not received any sort of follow-up objections. We've agreed to comply with some of their requests. For example, regular check-ins, signage in the bathroom, just with respect to respecting the plumbing. So just reminding patrons about what they can and can't flush, and then also making sure that we accommodate the increased garbage, if there is any, by having sufficient number of bins.
Okay. Thank you for that summary. I will first go to Mr. Fine. So Andrew, if you would like to come off mute and give us your view.
Thank you, Abraham, and thank you, Serafina. We really appreciate your interactions over the last couple of months. They've been really productive and instructive. I'm relieved that beyond the 8 seats that you plan on the outdoor dining on 3rd Avenue, which is pretty limited, that you have no intentions, and I'd love to document that you have no intentions to attempt to move any seating into the privately owned public space in front of the building, which this appears to be exactly what you're saying. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the fact that you're not looking to establish any roadway dining, because there are several tenants that live directly above the restaurant, and roadway dining would prove to be a nuisance. We also have a somewhat excessive 8-foot bike lane and 3-foot buffer, which you would have to cross if you're going to do roadway dining. So I'm glad you're not doing that. You previously agreed to containerization, which is now actually the law. So thank you, Sanitation Commissioner, for making that happen. My main question, and really the only remaining question for me, is where, and I followed some of these email threads. I can't say that I followed it to the exact letter, but I'm wondering how you're planning on dealing with venting, where the venting will come out, and how much smoke or smoke will come out of the vent, wherever that might be.
Sure.
Thank you.
Kevin. Yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you, Andrew. Kevin, I think you would be the right one to respond to this and to talk about some of the equipment upgrades to contain the smoke and the odors.
Oh, sure. So the venting is onto 3rd Avenue, which is above the front door. The awnings that we will be putting in will be above it, so there'll be no way be blocking it in any way from going back in. And we are, like in the plans that we submitted, we are doing a air clean precipitator, and also through air clean, we are doing a odor neutralizer.
Wow. Okay. So it'll actually be above or below the canopy that you're going to put onto Third Avenue?
It will be below the canopy.
Okay, so the canopy will in effect help mitigate any smoke that's oozing above the restaurant and kind of help trap it.
Yes, that is correct.
And the neutralizer and the various other mitigation, I guess there was recently a hubbub in the news about pizza places that had to implement like these excessive smoke eating things, right? Like Lombardies, and there were some that were grandfathered in. Is that what you're talking about? Something that would be take a lot of the smoke and pollution out of the air before it gets a chance to get into the community?
That is correct. What it does is vaporizes it. And then the odor neutralizer, which will be then as the added protection to help to eliminate the odors.
Okay, well, I'd like to think that this is all going to work, and I really appreciate the fact that you guys have put so much thought into this to mitigate the effects on the neighbors and not to land grab on outdoor dining. So I have no objections remaining, and I thank you for your interaction to make everybody satisfied. And thank you for front running on the containerization, for the record.
Thank you
Great.
very much.
Thank you, Andrew. Just quickly before I see another member of the public, so before I go to Tob, I wanted to inquire, Brian and Kevin, you had mentioned the kind of the dialogue you've had back and forth. Is there I guess kind of a finalized list of the agreed mitigations? Because that would be great, that I think would be helpful to memorialize in any resolution. I've jotted down several of the things that were discussed, but I would want to make sure that both parties feel that they have agreement on kind of what the correspondence was and the expectations are. So I'd love to have those, if you could forward those on to me as and when, ideally, even if it's after this meeting, before the full board, so I can get those incorporated. Okay,
certainly.
Great, thank you so much. So with that, I will go to Tob.
No objection. I just want to reiterate, thank you guys for working with our engineers for the last couple of months. The condominium has no objections, and we appreciate your partnership and want to wish you success going forward.
Thank you very much.
Good, very good to hear that we had constructive dialogue. So I want to thank all parties for coming together. Okay, so seeing no other hands of the public, I will go to my fellow committee members. I'll go with Marco and then Mrs. Brown.
Thank you. I would like to put a motion and then to speak. The motion is to approve as presented. Okay, is there anybody can second?
I'm happy to second.
Okay, so first of all, I would like to say thank you to the counselor. I think he reasonably postponed. It was great to hear that. And I think that proves that you really, really want to be a good neighbor. I think I'm very happy in this process. Thank you, Andrew, for participating in the process. You're concerned for that. But I had to be in disagreement with many things that are said. First of all, once DOV approves, we don't have to say anything. The only that is left for us is just only that you had to present a plan to the maintenance of the cleaning of the filters, because you're going to exhaust to the street, which is allowed by the mechanical code. So as long as you present a plan, that I would like to hear. The rest, this is irrelevant, because DOV, all the technical questions, everything has been addressed by DOV. If DOV messed up, then we can go against them, because this is what exactly I was pushing you to go to the Department of Buildings. They are the expert. They're going to review fairly your application, and the only part that is missing in this application, that's what I found it, is the how you planning to maintain the control of the odors outside. This is the most critical part, which is very expensive for you, by the way, sir, and I know that very well. So if you are in agreement to present a plan, to tell how you're going to proceed to maintain the filters, especially the filters, because that is the problem. Once you maintain that, you don't have a problem because everything you're doing by code and everything is therefore lawfully. And this is what I support your application. And thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. So we did present the plan for the maintenance of the precipitator, and we will forward that to your attention right after this meeting as well. And so we presented it to the Condo Owners Association, and they seem to be in agreement with it. It's a minimum of 3 months of that every 3 months.
Whatever it is, but my advice is as much as is needed, because sometimes you have a very busy season and you have to use more, so the your filter has to be changed more frequently. It should be according to the use, because if you don't use for 3 or 4 months and to change it after 3 months doesn't have no sense. It means it had to be reasonable what we're asking. But if you has been very busy, so then, therefore, you had to do the maintenance more sooner than you expect, and I think that is the only part that is missing in this application. The rest, thank you so much, and I will appreciate. I wish good luck in this business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you,
Mrs. Brown.
Thank you. I want to commend Mr. Fine and Mr. Del Casal in working with Andrew Fine and the Condo Association, because I remember the last month, the venting issue was really a sticking point. And I do hope that the tenant association and Andrew Fine has the phone number. So if there is a problem, they can reach out to you and it will be resolved.
Yes, sir.
And I respect Marco's concerns, but I support this application. But more importantly, the way the two parties have interacted and collaborated and reached a resolution. So therefore, I move to approve and I call the question.
Great.
Thank
you, Mrs. Brown. Does anyone oppose calling the question? If not, I will go to the roll. Okay. Seeing none, then this is going to go as a motion to approve with the stipulations that were spoken to about the ventilation, but again, as agreed, Mr. Fink and Mr. Cassell will forward the exact agreements that were agreed with the condo association so that those can be memorialized in the STIPs. Okay, so if anyone's voting no, not voting for cause or abstaining, do give me a sign. Otherwise, I will put you down as a yes vote. Voting no, not voting for cause or abstaining.
Then Abraham, I just want to flag that we had a committee member leave. Jennifer left.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so seeing no no's, no not voting for cause or no abstention, this will go as unanimous approval. Thank you very much. Again, I commend you for your working together and good luck as you transition into the new form of Serafina. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Everybody.
Okay, so with that, I'll move on to the next item on the agenda. Do I have the representative for Hex & Co? I'm sorry, for Hex East LLC.
Yes, indeed. Hi there. My name is Greg May.
Hello, Greg. Welcome, and tell us a little bit about your application.
Absolutely. So I am one of the two now owners of Hex East LLC. We're at the former 3-star diner spot, if you guys remember that. We're the board game cafe and bar. We've been open for about 3.5 years, opened right before COVID. We have 2 other locations with the same name and same shared ownership on the Upper West Side and a new spot in Union Square. And this application is just to change and remove one of the formerly 3 owners, Mark Miller. He left the business recently, largely due to family health issues. And about the business itself, we have 110 seats, including our enclosed sidewalk cafe. The wall of the actual restaurant now extends into the sidewalk long before we took over. We also have an outdoor enclosed on-site on the street section we built a couple of years ago. We don't do any delivery. We have 3 bathrooms. We are ADA compliant and have received no complaints that I'm aware of.
Great. Thank you very much. So just to clarify, so the corporate change is solely for the remove to reflect the removal of the owner.
That is correct.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, do I have any members of the public on this application? Seeing none, I will go to my committee members. I'll go to Addison first.
I would like to make a motion to approve this as presented.
Okay, great. Yes, I do see a thumbs up from Marco. Great. Okay, Marco, do you want to call a question? Yep, great. Does anyone oppose calling a question? Okay, seeing none. So this is a motion to approve. So I'm going to the roll. If anyone's voting no, not voting for cause or abstaining, please give me an indicator. Voting no, not voting for cause or abstaining. Okay, thank you very much. Glad to have you and continued good luck.
All right, thank you very much, everyone. Have a good night.
Likewise. Okay, moving on to item 2C. Do I have Forever Sweet LLC, the 1707 Second Avenue? I thought I saw Courtney somewhere.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, hi there.
Hi, I'm actually calling in from Romania, so
Oh, wow.
Yes, I came out here for a wedding, so I'm sorry I can't video chat in, but I've reached my bandwidth. So hello to everyone. It is 2:30 a.m. here, so I have been excited for the meeting, but it was a great wedding as well, and Romania is incredible if anyone has ever been. But yes, I'm here. So
Great. So tell us a little bit about your corporate change, and we'll try to make this as quick as possible for you.
yes, for anyone that doesn't know, UES is the ice cream shop speakeasy. We've been operating since 2017. I was 85% ownership of my company, and now I've gone to 100%. Removed an owner that had 15% share, and that's basically it. I'm in a financial position where I could remove that additional person and obtain 100% of my company.
Great, happy to hear that. So first I'll go, are there any members of the public with questions, comments on this application? If not, then I will go to my committee members. I have Marco first, then Mrs. Brown. Oh, wait, I see a public member hand. So, excuse me, Dove, Gabor.
Yeah, hi. Actually, I tried to raise my hand and actually hung up. And I hung up because I was trying to speak during the Hex & Co application in support of it. I'm not sure. I just dialed back in if that's still what we're hearing.
It is not, but I will let you know that the application was approved, so your support helped in absentia.
Okay. And is this now Courtney's
Yes,
application? Because I would also speak in support of that, but I just was stumbling over myself. So I also have been to Courtney's businesses. I know her. She's a great community member, and I also wanted to help in support of her. And apologies that I'm not on video. I'm trying to also wrangle bedtime, but I did want to, like I said, support these two great neighbors and businesses that I love to frequent.
Great, thank you. We really appreciate you coming on for that, and I echo those sentiments on both the applications. So thank you very much.
Gosh, thank you so much, Dove, and Abraham. Thank you so much. Thank you. So just thank you.
Okay. Marco, Mrs. Brown, and Addison.
Motion to approve as presented. Thank you.
Great.
Is anybody can second? Oh,
Yep.
second.
Yes, seconded. Okay, Mrs. Brown.
Thank you. Courtney, congratulations on 100% ownership. I'm very proud of you. Doing a great job. Keep up the good work.
Mrs. Brown, Thank you. Mulțumesc, which I've learned is Romanian for thank you, so mulțumesc. And it's been quite amazing here, but thank you so much. Honestly, you guys know how I feel about you. You know, I love the community. You know, that's why I opened UES and all of that. So I always appreciate your guys' support. You know that. Thank you.
Very good. Motion to approve, call the question, please.
Great, thank you very much. Does anyone oppose calling the question? If not, then I'll go to the roll. This is a motion to approve. Anyone voting no, not voting for cause or abstaining, give me a sign. Otherwise, you'll go down as an approval. Anyone voting no, not voting for cause or abstaining. Courtney, always happy to hear from you. This is approved. Enjoy your time in Romania and safe travels, and look forward to seeing you when you're back.
Definitely. Thank you, everyone. Have a great night. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Moving right along, do we have the applicant? Bear with me, sorry, for Origine LLC. DBA Jojo. Yes, I see Jeremy.
Hello, good evening, Community Board 8, Community Board members.
Hi there, how are you?
Hi, doing well. Pleasure to be with everyone this evening. I work for Jean-Georges Management, the VP of Operations, and I'm here chatting about the renewal of our liquor license for Jojo.
Great. Any changes to the renewal? What was the kind of the need for the 30-day waiver?
No changes, and very much appreciate the Community Board's support in allowing the waiver. Our team did not receive the notice, or perhaps it was lost in the mail from the State Liquor Authority. And so unfortunately, we were within that window, and Community Board 8 was kind enough to grant us permission for the waiver. And no changes to our business structure, hours of operation, or anything of note.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. First, I'll inquire, are there any members of the public on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll first go to Judy, then to Marco from the committee.
Hi, Jeremy. It's been a while. Just wanted
Hi,
to.
good evening.
How are we doing with that homeless problem that we had there? Is it still ongoing?
I'm happy to report it seems not to have been. Unfortunately, our team reports that the gentleman suffering from homelessness is perhaps still in the neighborhood, maybe has moved around the corner, but fortunately, we've not had that issue since we installed our accordion metal gates.
Right.
Those have been quite helpful, and the folks next door to us have started to do some work on their building, and I think that's helped to make their small vestibule area a little bit less favorable for setting up a tent overnight. So it would appear that we're on the other side of that, thankfully. Yes.
Okay, good. Glad to hear it. Just wanted to check in on that and keep doing what you're doing.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Great. Marco?
Motion to approve as presented.
Great, happy to second that. And okay, and also go ahead and call the question. Does anyone oppose calling the question? If not, I'll go to the roll. Okay, so there's a motion to approve as presented. If anyone's voting no, not voting for cause or abstaining, please give me an indicator. Voting no, not voting for cause or abstaining. Okay, seeing none, this is going to go as an 11-0 approval. Thank you very much, Jeremy, and continue good luck.
Thank you so much, everyone. Have a wonderful evening.
Likewise. Okay, now we are down to item 4A. This is White Box THC LLC. Do I have the representative and applicant for White Box? I think I see. Yep, Wei Hu is waving his hand.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for having me.
Hi.
Yeah, yeah, exciting news. I'm one of three co-owners of White Box THC. We're hoping to do business as Lenox Hill Cannabis Company in a former cigar lounge, what used to be Casa de Montecito. We're hoping to, it went out of business. It's been out of business for almost a full year. So we are hoping to operate a retail cannabis dispensary there. We do have 2 bathrooms, both of which are available to the public, which are ADA compliant. It's a ground floor, and I think there's, I attached a picture of the front of the window. There's really no elevation issue. There's really no step. So we believe we're fully ADA compliant. We have about 2,000 square feet of about 2,000 square feet of store and lease, about 1,500 available to the public. And we do plan to operate from 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. every day.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit more about what your security, signage, all of that looks like or will look like?
Oh yeah, as sort of a new adult use cannabis industry, it's still very highly regulated by the New York State Office of Cannabis Management. So as a condition of operation, we will be required to have what's called a vault, a DEA protected, grade vault. We're to have 2 safes, a day safe on the first floor as well as a night safe inside our vault. We have extensive video cameras throughout the facility, including 1 on each POS terminal. We would have to have outdoor cameras at all points of entry and egress. And we have to have motion sensors as well as 8 hours of quote unquote backup power for our security system. So much more robust than what's sort of out there in sort of the quote unquote unlicensed dispensaries out there. And we're hopefully we'll be operating sometime in November.
In addition to the security cameras, will you have any on-site physical security presence?
Yes, we won't have any armed security guards, but we will have someone to man the door. Everyone has to be at least 21 years of age or older to enter. So we will have an ID card reader for government IDs for everyone coming in. So that should, we would have a tracking of all our clients and all our staff. So.
Okay, great. One last thing for me. What is your this used to be a cigar lounge, but there will be no on-premises consumption, is that right?
No on-site consumption.
Okay, good. Okay, then I will go to members of the public for this item. So I see Andrew has his hand up.
Yeah, hi. I'm sorry. What's the cross street on this location?
Oh yeah, it's on the street side of 73rd between 2nd and 1st Avenues.
Okay, and what's the nearest school to there?
I think it's at least 1,000 feet. I used the State Liquor Authority mapping project, and I didn't really see any, even when I did my walkthrough. I think the nearest school is about 2,000 feet away.
Okay. Is there like any metal detection for possible armed robberies that might happen at the location?
That's something to consider. In the experiences of other licensed dispensaries, none of them really employ it. I think it's sort of, I think there's always fear or stigma of sort of violence, but in the other licensed dispensaries, there's been no incidents, and we don't really anticipate any at ours either.
Is there any advantage that was taken based on prior felonies from the potential owner? Is it one of these situations where
yes, sir,
previously involved with the justice system or whatever they want to call it?
Yes, one of my co-owners, I think he was online earlier, but Michael Graubard had 1 conviction and 1 conviction only, 1 arrest and 1 conviction. It was for possession of cannabis. So that qualified us as an injustice involved what's called conditional adult use retail dispensary applicant. So
wow, that's pretty pretty minor.
Yeah,
All things
no.
considered, not exactly like a drug runner from like Colombia or something.
It's the legacy of cannabis in New York City has been quite extensive, ever since the 1970s. It's sort of ever since prohibition and bootlegging, in the 1920s. I mean, New York City has always been a place of counterculture. But it was definitely he was involved in legacy cannabis industry. He served 1.5 years almost in jail.
Wow.
And
So it's 1.5 years for just possession or
Yeah,
large
so
scale
no,
possession, or it must have been a lot of weed.
yeah, so he was a driver. Unfortunately, one of the middlemen in the industry, don't really reap the rewards of being a drug kingpin, but sort of just just being the ones to sort of bear responsibility, and that's what he's done. I think he's been working in the hospitality industry. He was a pizza industry in New York for decades, and worked in food, and he made certain choices which resulted in his conviction.
So if he was previously inclined to flout or disobey the law, is he now like rehabilitated to the point where now he is willing to obey the current laws? Or you know what I'm saying? Like if you're willing in the past to just say to heck with the law, now there are new laws. What are the assurances that he's cool with the new laws?
No, it's a great question. I think that's partly why the New York State Office of Cannabis Management wanted to prioritize injustice-involved individuals. Those people who actually believe in plant medicine. I'm not sure if you know or he knows, but his older sister died of cancer, and so he's actually been a strong believer in the plant. It's something that he used. He admitted that he put himself through college, and put food on the table. So that's part of his history, and that's part of experience. But now, the state wants to prioritize people like him. So there's really no incentive for him to operate on an illicit market. This is licensed, lab tested, and there's seed to sale tracking, for this entire industry. So, diversion of any cannabis is going to be, it's something that the Office of Cannabis Management is trying to minimize. And, it's something that we clearly don't want to lose our license over. And definitely we want to play by the rules here.
Yeah, well, fair enough. I mean, I could go on, and I don't want to interrogate you over this, but I do have some reluctance over the current scheme that we should reward people that were previously willing to ignore and flout the law, and do things that would put them into prison for extensive periods of time with licenses as a reward for their previous transgressions. But I wish you the best of luck, and I hope you, if approved, run a successful and safe operation in the neighborhood.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Andrew. Okay, several public hands. Next, I'll go to Mark Maruzzi.
Hi, all. Thank you for your time. Just a quick question. There's 5 smoke weed shops within a block from this location. Do you think it's a smart business idea given the saturation of the immediate market?
Yeah, we're not really aiming to compete with the legacy market. What we really are trying to do is give her a safe, lab-tested alternative. For New York adult use cannabis, everything is really tracked from a New York State cultivator through a New York State processor and through a New York State certified lab. So it's a different market. We believe, there's lower chance of adulterants or other foreign substances. And I think it's sort of, people have greater confidence in the product that they're purchasing. So I think we're 2 separate markets, and we're not really trying to compete against them. We're just really trying to, offer people an alternative in the Upper East Side who wants to buy safer lab tested cannabis in the Upper East Side.
Okay. According to a study published by the John Jay College of Criminal Justice, street segments with recreational dispensaries experienced no changes in violent disorder and drug crime, but did experience an 18% increase in property crime compared to segments of streets without dispensaries. This is a family residential street. A lot of people park our cars and have other assets of value in the area. how do we plan to mitigate the uptick in property crime to residents of the street?
With all due respect, I think people who, purchase licensed dispensaries, I think respectfully, they're just a different market. I think people who, if your concern is really disobeyance of now sort of, laws and regulations, I think they're really coherent to people who are more likely to shop at more the illicit market. I think since we are lab tested more, and the taxation, makes it more of a premium product. I don't really, with all due respect, I don't really foresee any market increase in crime associated. And, if you saw the layout, it's more of a side, residential street. And, is frosted glass, it's glass. We'll make sure it's completely not transparent. It's, it's opaque to the public. So, people can't see in. And hopefully that would deter sort of the unwanted crowd from being patrons of this establishment.
I hope so, for the benefit of our children that live and play on the street.
Listen, I have two daughters myself. Listen, I have almost a 6-year-old and 3.5-year-old. I mean, part of the reason why I'm here is that I think that there should be a safe place for people to access cannabis if they want, rather than having to go quote unquote downtown or somewhere else. We were all grown adults. People can make different choices, but I think, for those who want to participate in a legal licensed, adult use cannabis industry, providing that alternative, in their community is safer, and making certain, community members who do already consume in community travel, away from home, on public transit, and come all the way back, to get what they're asking for. So,
yeah. No, certainly, I'm not against the recreational use whatsoever. I just wish it wouldn't be on a side street in a residential area. We could keep it to the avenues. I'm fine with that, but
it's adjacent to the corner. It's adjacent to the First Avenue side, and I think I think people's perspective is that people may want some more discreet place. They may not be there might still be a cannabis stigma, and people may want a more discreet entrance into purchase cannabis rather than from the avenue. So,
gotcha. Awesome. Last question. I know there's no smoking on premises, as you mentioned, but you really can't control any of your customers that are smoking outside on the street. And with the high levels of families and children in the area, my major concern is the secondhand installation of respiratory irritants, bacteria, heavy metals, and toxic pesticides that our children could potentially be exposed to. Like, I know there's a bunch of other shops around the area. Try to avoid that with my kid as much as possible because of stuff like that. It's been a problem, like you said, since the 70s, and it's just been getting worse and stinkier and smellier. And yeah, I apologize. I understand you're a businessman just trying to do it, but I'm not a fan. But it's all good. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, I have Sean.
Hi, thank you. I want to disagree with the characterization that this was adjacent to First Avenue. It is without a doubt in the middle of the street. My concern is about people smoking outside. I mean, obviously, we legalized marijuana, but people are smoking outside worse than they were with secondhand smoke with cigarettes, which is very unfortunate. I want to hear more about how you're going to make sure that people don't smoke immediately outside your restaurant or otherwise create disturbances in the area after, buying products from you.
Yeah, I mean, with all due respect, it's a very residential neighborhood. Anyone's walking around, it's very visible. We'll have someone really manning the door outside to really discourage anyone from loitering. And just the nature of the street itself doesn't really lend itself to consuming cannabis. I think we're very close to the I think at the FDR Drive, I think there's a little open area. There's parks around, but clearly when the person stationed outside would be very proactive in making sure there's no one loitering, or consuming cannabis anywhere around us.
Can you elaborate? I don't understand what you're saying when there's parks around. That actually seems like we don't want people smoking in our parks, because I don't think that's legal cigarettes or marijuana. Correct me, someone correct me.
No, I mean, my apologies. I mean, wherever tobacco is permitted, that people consume somewhere else. But we would certainly not, really want loiterers in front of our business. It's not really good for business, and it's clearly it's going to impact the neighborhood. Something that we would not want.
Okay. I can speak firsthand. I mean, I live on 73rd Street across from the place you're considering renting or doing whatever. And there's already, marijuana problems. So yeah, I think to speak firsthand there. The other thing I had a question of is obviously one applicant in this group must be involved in some sort of marijuana related offense. So you said there's 3 partners.
Yes.
Sort of explain what his involvement is in the business. Is he, just a part of the business in order to get the permit? What do you and your other
No,
partner?
he's going to be a part operator. It's a very labor intensive, business. So he'll be in charge of fulfillment as well as inventory as well. I'm also an attorney. I work for the City of New York Department of Social Services for almost 15 years, trying to administer public assistance benefits, including food stamps and career services. I'm an attorney. I'm not going to be operating this full time. I am one of 3 partners. But he will be, there. He understands cannabis, and that's what, he wants to really talk to, customers about. So.
Can you explain how he's been involved so far, or why he's not speaking on his own behalf?
He was on earlier. I'm not sure if his phone died or not. I'm sorry, he isn't on right now. My other, partner Dominic is on the line. They were partners together. If he could unmute him, I'm sure he could also speak to him working downtown, living in New York and operating a pizzeria for many decades. You want to unmute him? I don't know.
Done.
Hey, Dominic.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you know why Mike's not on?
I don't know.
Okay,
he might have been working. I mean, he's getting by. He might be working as such. He tries to move his schedule around. He actually might be working, but he was on before. He might have had to get off.
Okay, so one of the requirements of the permit is to not obscure the ownership of the company. So I have some concerns here too, and I think
we're fully transparent. We're fully transparent. We listed everyone on the ownership table. I'm sorry. Hopefully because assuage concerns. I'm sure you would not want someone, to operate right in front of you. But I also live in, Lower East Side, and there's, at every block there's 3 or 4 dispensaries. And also, where people put, really a lot of the rehab centers, it's also in the Lower East Side. My neighborhood has taken the fair share. I grew up in the Lower East Side of Manhattan. I went to College High School, and that's why I know the Upper East Side, and that's why I believe there's a market there. But my experience is that, listen, there are consumers on the Upper East Side who would want the convenience of purchasing legal and safe lab-tested cannabis in the Upper East Side, and I think that's the only reason why I'm choosing this neighborhood. There are very blatant stores on the avenues, but I also think that people want more discretion in terms of whether or not they want to be seen purchasing cannabis. And what I'm choosing is in a former cigar shop. That if you want to have the merits of the debate, tobacco versus cannabis, different people have different opinions about it. And I also checked on sort of the original records, on sort of the iCard. This was originally a saloon. I know times have changed, and I do believe that more cannabis consumers and now even alcohol. And I don't, with all due respect, I don't think cannabis consumers are very boisterous or would make, loiter. I mean, I think they're here to make a purchase and consume somewhere in their discretion.
Yeah, I have concerns about this. I don't think that's true. This has not been operating as a cigar shop for a number of years. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Okay. Next I have Stephanie.
Hi, yes, my name is Stephanie, and sorry, I'm a little nervous. I've never actually spoken at one of these before. I'm a resident on 73rd Street, like Sean, and for those of you who haven't been on our block, like this is very much a residential street. This is not a business street. There are maybe 2 businesses that primarily like service the neighborhood, like a cleaners, and then we have like the embassy for the Czech Republic. And it's one of the reasons we moved into this building was because the Monte Cristos was closed. So we moved here when that was closed and when Session 73 was already closed. So those 2 businesses being gone were like the primary reason we were even able to willing to move into this block, because it truly did transform the block to a residential street. There's not like a flow of traffic. There's not a lot of walking traffic. You really wouldn't be on our block unless you live there or you park, like, you know, that you live in the neighborhood. So I definitely think like when I saw this, I was a bit concerned because this just isn't a block where we have businesses where people are coming. You know, there are very few, to your point, there are very few legal shops right now in New York. It's been a hard start for this industry, but as someone had said before, I think maybe Mark, I definitely think this is in a shop that would be better served on an avenue where there's like foot traffic and people moving along, versus a residential block where, you know, you just don't get a lot of foot traffic like that. You wouldn't, you can absolutely stop and smoke. There's a plaza at the bottom of the block connected to a building, which would be like an ideal place for someone to go smoke if they wanted to get out of the prying eyes of the business. And so I just have like a lot of concerns about what will happen on the block, and the kind of foot traffic that will be coming through, you know, with this business coming in. And like I said, we were huge fans of the Monte Cristo not being here because of the smoking. To your point, tobacco just as bad. As well as, honestly, we have, as mentioned, we have a lot of the illegal smoke shops in our neighborhood, and it's bright advertising. It's you know, showing young people products for smoking, vaping, and it's bright neon signs with graffiti painted characters. And, you know, it's just, I'm not saying that's the look of your shop, but I definitely think that there is a lot about the type of business that we're going to put on this small block that really is a community block, and just making sure that that makes sense for the type of community we have.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Stephanie. Okay, moving down the list, I'm gonna go to Valerie.
Hi, thank you. I'm calling because I live directly across the street from where you're proposing. And I'm going to challenge a lot of what you're saying. A lot of people stop and loiter and smoke in front of our building already, both marijuana and regular cigarettes. It is constant, it is nonstop. We have a bar on the corner, and next to us is the Bohemian Event Center at the Czech Republic consulate. Even when the cigar bar was open, even though people could smoke inside of that establishment, they would come across the street and sit in front of our building and smoke. My apartment.
There's no consumption, ma'am. We're not looking for.
But you can't control when someone leaves your establishment. What I'm saying to you is, even when that was a cigar bar, people left and walked across the street and smoked in front of my apartment. My apartment faces onto 73rd Street. I cannot open my window during the day because people are constantly sitting in front of my building. We have a little wall in front of my building because there are plants. People sit there in front of my apartment and smoke constantly, every day, constantly, both marijuana and cigarettes. It is a problem, okay? And it was a problem even when there was smoking in the establishment, let alone now you're not going to let them smoke inside your establishment. So what I'm
really sorry that
about
happened to you.
also is, excuse me, let me finish. I am also concerned about the fact that you are open until 11 p.m. in the middle of a residential block, knowing full well that there is a bar on one corner and a restaurant cat a corner to you. You know they are going to come in at 11 p.m., buy your products, and smoke on the street. I am highly opposed to this. I hope this is not allowed. And I know that I'm being very not not pleasant on this call, but let me tell you, when you live in a building and you cannot let your window open for more than an hour because smoke is constantly coming in, it really annoys you. And now you want to open up. So I'm finished. I'm finished, but I just want this on the record. This is a residential street. It is a problem, and I know full well, I mean, at the very least, you should not be open until 11 p.m. There will be so much smoking on the street. You cannot even imagine. Thank you.
No, Valerie, thank you for expressing your concerns. I'm sorry for your experience with the cigar lounge. I do want to say, number one is there's no consumption on site. If we do that, people lose our license. If people smoke in front of our place, we lose our license. We want to operate. We want to be good neighbors. If you're, what I'm hearing is, community concerns, and it seems like we need to put two people out in front to really just, to prevent loitering. We will. This is, I'm hearing, I listen. I'm a father of two daughters myself, and I'm hearing very strong concerns. We didn't choose this place to try to be residential. It was within our budget. We're not deep-pocketed investors. We're trying to really cobble some money together to start a business that could possibly do some good and probably put money back into the community. What I did hope we could talk about was that we wanted to really do some innovative job training programs for former DV victims, DV survivors. I worked at Department of Social Services. The only reason why I brought that up is because there's a lot of people on public assistance who need jobs, and I was hoping to do job training programs. Give people real tangible future careers. If I hear concerns that, hey, people are loitering, their cigar smoke, but I could promise you that they didn't have people checking IDs outside and dispersing crowds. I'm hearing this is a really big concern. And as a parent myself, it would be a concern to me. And I think we're getting a bad rap from all the illicit shops. We are IDing everyone with government IDs. We are to make sure, everyone is 21, which the stores are not doing right now. I mean, we're going to put in necessary security. And what I'm hearing is that other people are smoking near but your worries are that people are smoking near the store. And we're going to definitely have someone in front, not only check ID now, but to prevent loitering. And if you're saying we need two people to do that, then we will make sure that happens. Like I said, I'm not trying to, it's a great neighborhood. First, Second Avenue is a block away from the 72nd Street subway. But if your concern is that people are going to consume in front of the store, I don't think that's our clientele, number one, but we will put manpower to prevent that from happening. Not only to be good neighbors, but also to keep our license for operations with New York State.
Okay, thanks, Wei. We have several other hands, so let me get to the next hand participant. Do I have Jesus Delgado?
Hi, yeah, that's me. I'm here, sir.
Hi.
Yeah, and I just want to apologize for the Zoom name. My name is actually Francisco Trebran. I just having some problems logging in today.
Okay, sure. Tell us your input on this application.
Their interactions with the local community. The applicant has talked a lot about, their desire to be a good neighbor. But it's kind of evident from some of the comments that the applicant has made today regarding the neighborhood and regarding the block that they're clearly not very familiar with the neighborhood. So just curious if I could hear, what efforts previous to coming to this meeting today the applicants have done to engage with the community and understand their concerns, and what their plan is long-term to establish a relationship with the local homeowners association on the block. I'm kind of surprised that they showed up at this meeting this evening without having established prior contact to have this type of conversation. Seems like the applicant is quite surprised and taken aback by a lot of the concerns of the community, which is just frankly a little bit concerning as a property owner on the street, just because, you know, interested in having great businesses in the neighborhood, but we'd like people to see people come prepared with a good understanding of our community and how they're going to work within it. So just curious what you've done to date to engage with the community and what your plans are going forward.
I've engaged with a reporter. I think it was like sort of the Upper East Side reporter, and we shared our business plans. I wanted to get the message out. I didn't want to put the cart before the horse in terms of any advertisement, but I did notice the community board all the way in August that my intentions to operate a dispensary. Listen, I live in the Lower East Side of Manhattan. I'm active in my neighborhood, in my community. I don't know of the Upper East Side Homeowners Association. My apologies. I haven't done as much outreach to you guys as I wish I could have.
Yeah, I'm just surprised. So you're interested in opening a business on a block on East 73rd Street, and you had no understanding that there were cooperatives on that street that had homeowners associations that you might want to consult with regarding opening a business of this nature?
I wish I had your contact information earlier.
It's a surprising, just concerning fundamental lack of understanding of the real estate market in New York City for somebody who's interested in starting this type of business. To be completely honest, sir. A couple other just questions, like really basic things. Like, I don't know if are you aware, sir, that at the unlicensed cannabis dispensary on First Avenue next to Agatha and Valentina, there was a violent robbery that took place about 2 months ago?
I was not aware.
So are you here in our community meeting this evening, sir, suggesting that you're interested in opening a cannabis dispensary in our neighborhood, but you're not aware of a violent assault and robbery that took place at a similar establishment just 5 minutes away?
That's correct.
I'm just going to leave my concerns there for the community, but it's quite concerning that we have an applicant that presents an application for a business of this nature with such a fundamental lack of understanding of our community and some of the safety concerns that we're facing. I hope you understand, sir. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but it's a little bit concerning for us who live on this block.
No, I mean, listen, what happens there is they have one employee who doesn't really check IDs. I think our model is a little bit different. I think we'll have someone at the entrance scanning IDs. We don't want someone armed to really change the character of the neighborhood. We want to definitely have the safety precautions, including a safe and a vault and exterior and interior security cameras. These are the requirements of the state of New York. I hear, and I understand there's robberies at places that are unlicensed. I do understand those concerns, and that's why we're putting the adequate safety measures for ours.
And do you mind following up with my original question regarding your ongoing plans to continue to engage with the community to address our concerns?
This is just a start, Listen, I think there's been a big stigma against cannabis for decades. I think, you may be surprised how many of your neighbors consume it. There may be people, many of you may or may not consume cannabis, but how many, people may want a safer access to safer cannabis in their own neighborhood. And that's the only thing I'm trying to, to offer. And somewhere a little bit more discreet. There's a difference of opinion. I think it's quote unquote closer to First Avenue than it's not. There might be disagreement. There's a restaurant across, a Bohemian restaurant, very active with the bar. There's quote unquote massage parlors on the same street, and we all understand what happens in the massage parlors. We're just trying to run a licensed legal business in a better way that's safer for the neighborhood.
I'm sorry, sir. I had asked you a question regarding your,
Yeah,
your,
I will.
as an applicant, what your plans were to engage with the community going forward.
I hope to make community education events available at my store. I've actually held pro bono legal clinics to help expunge people with prior marijuana offenses under Article 221. So I will also try to engage on the education of cannabis, the local community board. And if there's any concerns, I'm certainly will be at the store. And if there's any community concerns, caused by the dispensary, I would want to hear it, to be a better neighbor. My goal isn't to sort of disrupt lives. My honest belief that there are a significant silent majority who want something in their neighborhood that's more accessible. And this store was only the right price point for us. And if there's any community issues, I'm certainly here. I'm certainly willing to discuss cannabis. I actually taught New York cannabis law at QD Law School in the spring of 2023. So it's something I'm very intimately knowledgeable of. And I wouldn't do this if I didn't believe in plant medicine. This is who I am. This is what I believe in. Trying to expand access rather than limit it.
All right.
I just want to remind everybody to practice civility and address your comments to the chair and not have a back and forth.
Okay, so now moving on to the next hand, we have Michael. Just tell us your full name and where you are in the neighborhood, please. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, Mike Hyatt here. I'm just also a resident living across the street from where this proposed establishment wants to open up. I want to echo the concern of my neighbors and fellow co-op members. I just want to make sure that everyone's aware that this is in fact in the middle of the block. It's not anywhere close to the avenue. There is at least 300 feet of distance. There is also another park down the street that will be a center of congregation for people who are going to be presumably smoking weed or wherever they need to find a place to smoke weed. And my major concern in all of this is what my neighbor, I believe Valerie said earlier, is that in front of our building, there is a planter that is about 150 foot long that has a bench built into it that I presumably have already seen people smoking weed on. And this behavior will most likely continue. There is no way that anyone can guarantee that they will be able to come across the street and prevent other people from purchasing weed and coming onto our property and smoking there. Now, that's basically the concern that I've heard other people from my building state. I have not heard any kind of efforts to address it other than adding extra security, fully knowing that they will not be able to come across the street and prevent people from buying the weed and smoking it in front of our building. This is a nuisance. This will be a problem, especially that this is going to be open till 11 p.m. And I think that the community board should really pay close attention to allowing such a precedence to take place in our community. Thank you.
No, Michael, I think there's a big dichotomy between the illicit market and a licensed dispensary. People don't bring in their ID, show it twice, have it scanned. These are the type of people to buy cannabis from a licensed dispensary, I think, are just very different from those people who just go into an illegal shop. With all due respect, I do believe, hopefully, our clients are considerate and mature enough not to do that. And if it comes to the point where any one of our customers, in fact, does consume cannabis in front of our street, they'll get a verbal warning the first time, and then they'll be asked not to come in ever again. I'm hearing the community's concerns. I really want to work with you guys. You guys, I have 2 kids. I'm 44 years old. I'm a lawyer. Like, there's a lot, you guys don't want risk. You don't want something coming in and disrupting a nice neighborhood. And I get it. My point being is that, hey, I think our reputation is being sullied by consumers of the illicit market. And and we do hope to offer delivery as well. People like to consume it from their house. People, if they want to see what the selection is, they come in and check out the selection. What's hard about delivery only in New York is that they don't allow credit cards. They only to use, you have to enter your bank information. So people are very hesitant to order online cannabis without a physical brick and mortar there. I think that offering delivery is going to be the bulk of our market, bringing people, more expeditiously in a faster manner to customers. And that people who come in and really want to see what our selection and really see the product firsthand, we're going to say, this is a very big concern of the neighborhood. You cannot consume it anywhere here. And if we see, you consume it outside, we will not permit you to be able to come back in. I mean, I hear you. It's a residential street. We didn't really, this is not, this is all our budget could really afford. If we could really afford some really nice Second Avenue storefront, our foot traffic would definitely be much more, and I think we'd get more business. But I think, our business model is just different.
Okay.
And our clientele is different. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna move on to the next hand. I have a Desiree Alfieri.
Oh, hi everyone. My name is Desiree Alfieri, and I live on 74th Street. I just want to say this is my first community meeting, and I'm so excited to be here as a member of the Upper East Side. I absolutely love this neighborhood and the community. I am in here today against the tribe, it seems, but I'm in support of a licensed dispensary here on the Upper East Side. I've been enjoying recreational marijuana for many years now, and I'm an adult professional. I hold 2 careers, and I'm very proud of both. And I do think there is a bad stigma when it comes to marijuana users. I think most of you have stated that there is already cannabis use in the neighborhood, and I don't see how this licensed dispensary would do anything for that. It sounds like a lot of the concerns should be taken up with the mayor as he legalized cannabis here in the city, and I don't think any one establishment can control where people legally smoke marijuana. I think it would be nice to have a safe place to go and purchase products to enjoy. I didn't hear the same resistance when we were talking about a liquor license, which I think really causes a lot more damage, although you may not be able to smell it, to people's lives. So I think giving a new business in this community a chance, I think that the unlicensed dispensaries have done a lot to tarnish the reputation of good people who enjoy a little joint after work instead of a glass of wine. And I do think that potentially let's give him a chance to turn the reputation around. Let's hold him to his word of having educational opportunities, having some classes for people, having those security guards. Let's give him the opportunity to do that. We're a welcoming, open community, and I don't see why it has to be so hostile. I was very surprised to come onto this call and hear how hostile people were for a man who was just trying to bring a licensed business. He could have opened up an illegal dispensary like everyone else. There's like 10 of them here, and people are already smoking. So let's give people a safer place to go. I hope that we pass this and give people an opportunity instead of just going into it with our own opinions of maybe how we felt in the past. And I think it could be a really good thing to be open-minded. And I also think it's really nice to be kind to people, even if they don't have the same opinions as you. So I wish you the best of luck, and I'm really hoping to look forward to seeing your dispensary so I can stop going to Union Square. Thank you, and I hope everyone has a terrific night.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, next I have Jason P.
Yes, hi. My name is Jason Portnoy. I also live across the street in the building across from the cigar shop. And I just wanted to offer a counterpoint. I am for the establishment. I think the New York is doing a pretty good job of prioritizing formerly incarcerated people, of the social justice agenda. And I think a lot of the concerns being expressed here are really overblown and a result of the fear that's been built up from the drug war and from the legacy of marijuana in this country. But I'm hopeful that this looks like a legitimate establishment, and I would like to welcome you to the neighborhood.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, next I will go to Alana Shapochnikov. I am so sorry for botching your last name, Alana.
It's okay. It's okay. Can you hear me all?
Yes.
It's Ilana Shapochnikov, and thank you so much for trying that last name. It was given to me. So I thank you so much for allowing us to voice our views. I just want to clarify a few things. I'm also a resident of 345 East 73rd Street, the building right across the street from the proposed dispensary. I think first to clarify, I have not heard a single person against actual cannabis. This is not an issue with respect to whether or not people are against the use of medicinal plants. I think the issue here is that this is a very residential building. It is a non-smoking building. We have a non-smoking policy under the State Clean Air Act. And when the applicant says they're going to ensure that nobody loiters in front of their building, I think it's very clear. What he's not saying is that no matter how many people he hires, they have no control over who loiters across the street. And I think that was very clear to me. The applicant kept saying over and over, he's a lawyer, very clever, understood that he will hire, or they will hire, individual security people to ensure nobody loiters in front of the store. But there will be loitering. There will be loitering in front of our building. There's a ledge where they can sit. We have had run-ins with our people sitting there smoking. There are children in the building. There is again, Clean Air Act issue here, where secondhand smoke, I think, is a problem. So there is nobody in our building that can smoke a joint after work inside the building, outside the building, in the public areas of the building. So let's put that aside. That was just a fact I wanted to clarify. The second fact is that the applicant said he wants community engagement. However, 30 days notice is the bare minimum notice you can possibly give to the community board, as I understand it. And so had the applicant done a basic Googling to find out who is the management company, which I believe there's a placard outside of the building, the management company is, contacted them and had that community engagement. Instead, the applicant went to a little known paid local paper and talked about all the good things he plans to do, which are laudable, and we don't disagree with any of those things. What we don't want are the health problems associated with secondhand smoke and potential increase in criminal activities outside of our building. I don't think that's unreasonable. We are a residential block. In addition, there are many, many schools around the area. There is a bus. I myself have an 11-year-old, and there's a bus stop around the corner. There's many bus stops right around the corner. When kids get off 72nd Street, they use our block as a throughway. The Ronald McDonald House is right across the street on the avenue, on First Avenue. Many people from the Ronald McDonald House walk down our block to the little park on our block. So this dispensary, while legal, and granted, I agree, is an improvement over illegal dispensary, is still a problem because it will create an incentive for loitering, for smoking, and disincent families from using the facilities on our block. Families who live in the building from being comfortable on our block. So I think when the applicant is saying we want to do good things for the community, I don't think it's really fair to say that he wants community engagement with this particular block, because clearly he could have gotten that and did not. So again, this is a problem. I would also ask the applicant when the lease was signed. Was there an opportunity to give more notice? And I think probably yes. Certainly August is not a great time to provide notice. People are away. I myself learned about this when I came back from vacation. And so there was not enough notice, in my view, for folks to really think this through and really form and articulate their full concerns and ask the questions that would give this board enough information upon which to make a reasoned determination. All I can say is that based on what I've heard so far, the applicant, nobody opposed to this, and I hope it's clear that I'm very opposed to this. No one is saying that there's anything wrong with medicinal use of marijuana. I'm not conceptually opposed to it. And adults, as the applicant said, can go anywhere they like. Adults can get on a train and go to an area that is not residential. It sounded like somebody already does that and goes to 14th Street. And so there's a way to get this and still meet all of the applicants' noble goals of educating the public in a non-residential area. My concern is that we need to look at the facts of this case. I'm also concerned that the applicant wasn't really clear on his partner's involvement. His partner can sign on. This is a very important issue. According to the very article the applicant cited, his partner had roughly, I think, 114 pounds of marijuana in 2014 in his car. That was not recreational use. He may have been a driver. I don't know what the facts of that case were, but I know based on that very article and a quote from Mr. Grabard, he went to jail for prison for 2 years for a felony for an amount of marijuana that is still illegal today. So to say that it was a nothing felony or it wasn't a big deal,
I didn't
or
say that. I didn't say that.
Then I'm not putting words in your. My point is, let's be clear. It is not so cut and dry. There are facts here that we don't have enough information about, and there are issues here that cause severe concerns, significant concerns from the public who did not have enough time to really think this through and comment and articulate their views appropriately. A simple Googling could have given us more information. So to say that I didn't have information or I couldn't contact, you seem to know a lot about the block, and yet you did not see fit to actually walk into the building, talk to the doorman, get the numbers of our management company, and actually have a conversation with the board that I happen to be on. So no, this is not community engagement, and I understand this is a start, but it is already pretty far along for us to have this conversation now. I do not think any dispensary should be in a highly residential area. This building is full of kids. In addition, there is no way whatever you may hire can control secondary gifting or trade of marijuana. And so to say that for the applicant to say he doesn't think this will happen, that's fine, but there's actually no evidence of that. There is a huge secondary market, whether it's legal or not, there's a huge secondary market. And so what we're saying, we're creating an incentive for that to occur in our neighborhood. We've already had one nearby robbery. So there is an increase in crime for this issue. So I just want everyone to kind of take a moment and look at the facts. And again, all of the applicant's goals are laudable. It's a business. We understand this is a highly lucrative business, potentially a great location for this type of business, because you know you're going to have foot traffic from the subway. So you're creating incentive for more people to come on a residential block for the sole purpose of purchasing marijuana and using it maybe after work, on their way home, wherever, but on the block.
Thank
And
you.
so,
Thank you.
thank you.
No, Ilana, I just want to address concern. I think what I'm hearing is that a lot of people are consuming cannabis right now in front of your building, and you don't like it. I mean, I'm so sorry that people are going to legacy stores really just right around the corner and consuming cannabis in front of your home. And I'd be really annoyed if that happened to me. And, I think there were some misstatements, and I think it's unfortunate. You're right. I don't control anyone on the street. When people go to the illegal stores and then go to a side street to smoke in front of your building, I have no control over them. You have 100% right. But my whole point being is that, listen, no one likes people consuming cannabis because it smells in front of their home. I agree with you 100%. This is why I will, for my customers, for people who come to us, we will be actively ensuring that none of our customers consumes in front of your building or directly in front of our store. I just really think it's a different clientele. I think people who want to obey the law, who will pay a premium, there's tax on this, so they pay more for a lab tested safe product, and they have to show ID to do that. So I think those type of people, I would like to think, are more respectful and more thoughtful, not to consume directly in front. Those are people I do have control over. You do not come to my store again because you are creating a nuisance in our neighborhood. Those are people I can control. But when you have people buying at illegal dispensaries, often they buy on the avenue and then go to the side street because there's a nice bench there. Yeah, those are people that you're not happy with. And those are people making my customers that my future customers look bad. So let's just be real. It's happening now. They're consuming cannabis in front of your homes. You can't control it. You can't even shut down those illegal dispensaries. But what you can do is, someone with a license like me. You have a license to retail cannabis. Can you do it in a responsible manner to the neighborhood? And I'm saying there's greater control and there's a different population that goes to a licensed retail establishment. I'm so sorry that people are going to the legacy stores on the avenues, then going to the side streets and smoking when there's a nice bench there. But I will tell you, number one, I really do think we have a different clientele that are respectful, not enough to not do that. And they're people coming from within your own neighborhood, not sort of flowing through. Believe me, if they're coming, if I want to position it for someone flowing through a neighborhood, I would have put it on an avenue. But people who want to really go to, one of those dispensaries, go downtown. So I do think we're talking about apples and oranges. Absolutely. We want to be a good neighbor. We can control our customers more than the legacy stores can. And if it's creating a nuisance to direct the residents directly in front of us or opposite us, that's not good for our business. We're going to do our utmost to mitigate that.
All right, thank you, Wei. Okay, so I'm going to go down the list. I just, in the interest of time, so if anyone wants to vocalize, everyone will get a chance to speak. But ideally, if there's new points that haven't already been discussed, I'd like to avoid kind of repeating the same points. So if you have new concerns or just want to briefly reiterate if it's a concern that's already been voiced, please do so. I know we've heard a lot of opinions and thoughts so far, and I know Wave, you've addressed several of those. So just so that we don't keep going around the same loop, let's try to be concise. And if there's any new comments up, please vocalize those. So with that, I'll go to Derek Tan next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Derek Tan. I live across the street in the 345 building from the proposed location. There has been a lot of falling back in the discussion here by the applicant on comparisons to illicit shops. And I'll reiterate what my neighbors have said. This is not about the merits of cannabis. And the choice here, you present a false choice. This is not a choice between, do we have an illicit shop across the street from us or a legal shop? It's a question of, do we have nothing or a legal shop across the street? So this is a mid-block location. We know from experience that two things will happen, because I was there, I lived in the building when the legal cigar shop was there. So two things will happen. One, there will be an increase in smoking on the street. There's no way around that. And two, this is a retail location where people will drive up, figure, I'm going to run into the store. I'm going to just double park here for a minute. That turns into 10, 15 minutes. Meanwhile, there are delivery trucks that can't get by all hours of the night, horns blazing. It's going to destroy the residential aspect of the neighborhood. And that's an issue that has not been raised before. So with respect, I wish you all the best with your business, but this is not the appropriate place for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Okay. Next I have Catherine Tan.
So I'm sitting here with my two daughters right now across the street from the proposed location at 345 East 73rd. And while I appreciate all the comments that have been made about making it legal and trying to be responsible to the community and safe and accessible, again, as Derek, my husband, just mentioned, absolutely, that is not what the argument is about. It's about the location. This is not the right location for it. This is a residential area where my 11-year-old, who's sitting right here, walks herself to and from school. And my 8-year-old is here too, yes. This is not the right location because, yes, there also was an armed robbery at gunpoint 1 block away on 73rd Street between 1st and York on June 16th at 2 p.m. on a Friday. I realize that that's maybe an illegal operation. I don't know. I don't care. But that happened that 1 block away. So my concern is for the safety of my family because that is paramount. And this is not the right location. It is mid-block. It is residential. There will be fallout from this. I appreciate that you're trying to go about it legally. And yes, we can argue that the way the mayor ruled this out was not right and that there are illegal shops. There's one around the corner that has a sign on it that says illegal cannabis operation, unable to continue to operate, and yet they continue to operate. So there are at least 5 within a block walk from us. There's one across the street from my daughter's elementary school that has 50 violations. In fact, 50 counts of violations, including selling unlicensed products and displaying smoking paraphernalia near schools. I have personally filed a complaint against that. I realize it's illegal. Nothing has been done. So this may be a separate issue. This is not the right location for this dispensary. So again, while I appreciate you're trying to do it above the books and you're trying to do it the right way, and yes, there's a market for that, this is not the right location. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Catherine.
Also, Michael is on. I'm sorry, Michael. I'm not sure if his phone died or not. Michael, do you want to speak for yourself? He has to be unmuted.
The person labeled iPhone?
iPhone.
Yeah, that's helpful to know who people are.
iPhone, Mike, your iPhone. Yeah.
You have to hit the unmute button, Michael.
Mike, hit unmute.
Okay, is that working now?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we're gonna just have very tight security, and we're gonna do all we can to make sure it's a safe space, and any trouble that's gonna hurt us more than anybody. I mean, we're gonna make sure we keep it as safe as possible and keep it as we don't want any trouble with anybody, and they're gonna, I mean, the dispensaries are gonna be there whether we want them or not. So the best way to do it is keep them as safe as possible and have as tight a security as we can.
And also, there's going to be no marketing involved. I see a big clock. People, the children won't even know. I mean, it's not going to be, there's very limited advertising, very limited marketing. We can't even display a logo. So in the sense that if the concern is that, whoa, people are going to see that there's a dispensary there, it's really not going to be very
Any different than a liquor store, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's people won't even be able to see inside. So I'm not sure. That's partly why from my perspective, it's sort of like I don't see it. I think I see it more of a safer place than more of a dangerous place. I mean, that's my view. I'm sorry if, I do see other people's concerns now of that being not a safe place. But I do think with adequate security, cameras, really having the right clientele there, when they show ID, I think it's just a different experience. And I think the community board has probably seen consumers from other stores, because you haven't had a dispensary there. You haven't had any dispensaries there in your neighborhood, but there's still cannabis. So clearly they're not from the licensed operators,
The other dispensaries aren't having a big crime problem.
Okay. Thank you both. I have 3 more public members. The clock is for their benefit, so every speaker going forward will have 2 minutes to speak. So next I have Kira Parks, followed by Faith, and then Kevin.
Hi. Again, as somebody who lives directly across the street, I'm not going to go through and reiterate all of the concerns other people have said. I do have a few questions and then one comment. The only comment I want to make is that you had earlier said something along the lines of, the differences between tobacco and marijuana, and being in healthcare and being in social services. I just want to say there's just not enough research to that. So I would be very cautious making that claim. There's just not enough research to know what the impact of marijuana smoking is and the impact of marijuana secondhand smoke, especially on children. But the 2 questions I have is, you keep mentioning social services, the rehab program, all these great benefits. And I'm wondering if you're getting any federal funding to implement that, or are those goals you're having? And then the second point I wanted to kind of ask the applicants are, you talk a lot about wanting to work with the community. A lot of the community's concerns have echoed smoking, inhalation, and a worry of increased inhalation. Have you guys explored not offering smokable marijuana, offering edibles only, or providing things that would address the community's concern? Because again, I have no problem with cannabis use. It's legal. My patients use it. I get that, but I'm more worried about those of us who don't want to be active members in their use. So therefore, I'm wondering, have you thought about edibles? And my last point is, when talking about delivery, we do need to worry about the electric bicycles that ride on the sidewalks that can do as much damage to people and children. I can't tell you how many times as a pregnant woman, I almost got run over by them, and how many times they've almost hit my 1-year-old in a stroller. So just another thing that your security would need to be aware of. But again, my questions are you getting funding to have these social services? And have you thought about only doing edibles? Because that would address a majority of the concerns discussed tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you so much. Great questions. No, $0 in federal funding, $0 in state funding, 0 public dollars at all. This is all because I think that we should be able to make enough money, and we should really, really help the people that we can help from our own pockets, from our own business. So no federal dollars. And another thing I did want to say, you touched on a really good point. I mean, this is the Upper East Side. There's going to be a different market, and we're going to have a lot of concentrates. Yes, there'll be edible products. There'll be also concentrates. So another advantage of a licensed dispensary is that people will trust an edible to have what it says it'll have, because it's from a licensed store. For extracts, for the concentrate, for vapes, for non-combustion, people don't want to have the adverse health effects. Yesterday, I even had a THC mint and a breath mint. So we will definitely try to carry as many safer alternative for people who want to consume those products. So we will have edibles, we will have quote unquote THC mints, beverages, nano emulsified beverages, and we will have and concentrate as well. And those don't create any odor. And and what I think is unusual is that no one's complaining about that vape smoke, because there is none. It's really people who consume the flower that really radiates that smell. And I get it, it's a noxious odor. So we do believe that there'll be also people purchasing concentrates and edibles from our store, and they'll sell disproportionately more because people will trust what a lab tested product edible is from other stores. So hopefully that will even further minimize any concerns about people loitering and smoking around the store. And the last question is, I already did sign an affidavit that no, we will not use any e-bikes in our delivery. That is in our affidavit submitted for our application packet. So hopefully those address your 3 questions.
Okay, thanks, Wei. I think just to kind of elaborate on one of her questions, you did speak to carrying edibles and others. I think her question sounded more like if you would focus on those in lieu of the smokable marijuana. I believe that's what she was getting at.
We will not, focus one over the other. I think we want to have people be able to have greater access to cannabis, their preferences. And if we didn't carry flower, then I think people would have to go elsewhere for non-lab tested, non-safe flower.
Okay, understood. I just wanted to clarify the question.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, next I have Kevin's iPad 8.
Please identify yourself. And unmute.
Here I am. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Kevin Draper. I'm here with my wife, Jennifer Draper. We live across the street also at 345 East 73rd. And, definitely some major concerns. The very fact that you said that you're going to have a vault, you're going to have the security. So it seems like you're protecting the place, but from what? This really is a residential neighborhood, and to have that kind of security and a vault, obviously, there is some thought that something can happen, whether it's edibles or smokables or whatever it is, it doesn't matter. The bottom line is we don't want this on a residential neighborhood. And the fact that you are a licensed store, part of the problem with that is that's going to attract a lot of a business. And I'm not saying I don't want somebody to have a successful business, but that proves the point that it will be very busy and people will come off the subway and people will pull up in their cars. And a lot of people will flock to this residential street where there are a lot of kids. And to your that other point about these edibles, once those edibles come out of the package, how is some kid supposed to know the difference? And what happens if somebody does come out to consume your product and one of these edibles falls on the street? Or I don't know, kids can pick that up. You never know it. Or a dog could eat it. I mean, these kind of products on a residential block like this is it's unacceptable. And there's no question, if you want to look at the statistics and figures, crime does go up. And just go ahead and look it up yourself. Anybody can Google that. Crime does go up when you have these types of places, whether they're legal or not illegal. Either way, crime does go up. So nobody on this block wants to see this place for that very reason. There is no negatives. I mean, I'm sorry, no positives to having this on our block, period. There isn't. There's no one you can just be talked around. This is no negatives. You could have it somewhere else, but not in a residential block.
Yeah, it's their first concern. The security requirements are set by the state. We're just going to apply with all the state requirements. That's our goal. There are state requirements for licensure, and we're to comply with all of them, including the vault. What I'm hearing is there's a lot of people from across the street, and now I'm so sorry that I didn't come across and really let's try to assuage your concerns. Frankly, around the neighborhood, I've seen many illicit dispensaries already. And I genuinely thought this would be more of a net positive than a net negative, at least in your view, in the sense that we do have more control over our consumers. Our gummies cannot be made in a way that's attractive to minors, which is very different from the the illicit market right now. And we have better tamper-resistant packaging in order to also further protect our children. So, but no, there's definitely concerns. I'm hearing concerns about cannabis in general. I'm hearing concerns about my neighbors across the street. I wish I could do more to assuage your concerns. It's not, it's not going to be flashy. There's no neon. The all black color is going to remain. It's not going to be transparent. And we'll have, security outside to check ID. And hopefully that will make our neighborhood even safer, knowing someone will be on patrol.
We'll spare no expense to make sure everything is safe. We have dogs and kids ourselves. So we don't want anybody getting hurt.
Okay, thank you very much. I have, let's see, several more hands to go. So I'm going to go to Faith Frazier.
Faith, since you're on the phone, it is *9 to read, *6 to unmute.
Hi, this is Faith. Hi, this is Faith Fraser. I was having trouble unmuting. I live at 305 East 72nd Street, face 73rd Street. I'm on the other end of the block. Having lived through 3 years of on our corner of a restaurant that almost was a nightclub that took us a while to calm down, 2 years. And then the cigar bar before that down the street, because what happens is people would leave there, come by us on 73rd Street on the way to the subway. It would be late at night. We were calling 311 a lot. My concern is also the smoke. And so my question for the gentleman is, you said that you don't anticipate them smoking outside the shop. Where do you anticipate they will smoke the product? Because many of these buildings have a sign, you can't smoke, I think it's 150 feet from the building or in the building.
I think a lot of people break the law and smoke in their apartments right now.
Well, in my building, we had a fire. And just last week, I looked across the street at 1 a.m. I had to call the fire department because there was trash being set on fire. And I live across the street from that little park. And I'm sure people have mentioned that that's probably going to be a place where people are going to congregate and smoke. And that's another reason that we are against this. And my second question is, if they're not going to be delivered, your product on e-bikes, how is it going to be delivered, your delivery system?
Yeah, foot and also city bike.
And also our hours aren't going to be that late too.
We only
But
reserve.
you said till 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
We reserve I think you said till 11 o'clock.
Yeah, we've reserved 9 to 11. And we're going to adjust, as demand really warrants. My feeling is that, hey, at the end of the night, there are people drinking, and people may want cannabis at the end of the night, just so to calm themselves down. But, if there's more for reservation, we would definitely not operate as early as 9 and as late as 11, but that's just in reservations, in case we would have that demand.
Okay. Thank you, Wei. All right, moving on to the next public member. I have Dove.
Yes, hello. So I'm a resident also. I live less than 2 blocks away on 72nd Street. I have 2 young children. They are 1 and 4. And I wanted to speak and welcome this establishment into our neighborhood. I'm looking forward to them opening. And I say that as somebody who has not touched a cannabis product in over 20 years. It's not for me, but I think that this is something that is no different than tobacco or alcohol. Every criticism I've heard from my neighbors that this could be gifted, that this could be dropped, you could say the exact same thing about tobacco or alcohol. We see cigarettes all over our streets. I have walked these streets and seen half-empty beer cans and wine bottles. And by all means, somebody could also buy from a liquor store and gift it away. So every criticism that has not been asked of the other applicants for liquor licenses here, but are being asked of this establishment, I think is just unfortunate. So not to be uncivil, but I really think it's unfortunate that we're raising these concerns that you could say about these other establishments. So I welcome it. And I also have heard, I think, a lot of really good responses from the applicant. And I'm happy to hear that he's talked about the opaque glass, the lack of advertisement, the deterrent he's going to have, you know, 1 or 2 people outside at all times, making sure that nobody is smoking in the vicinity. I agree that our neighborhood has a problem with people smoking on the streets. I don't like to smell cannabis as I walk down, but I don't think that this legal establishment is the problem. I think the many illegal establishments, which I will join my neighbors in protesting, I will join my neighbors in filing complaints and opposing, I think those are the problematic establishments. So I really thank the applicant for coming and going through the proper channels. And I hope that he's able to open his business because I really think our neighborhood needs it. While I don't use cannabis, I know lots of my neighbors who do enjoy recreational or medicinal cannabis. So I think that this is something that there is clearly demand for. And I would even note that I think having a legal dispensary will act as positive competition against the illegal dispensaries and hopefully put some of them out of business.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next I'll go to Emily.
Emily, please unmute and identify yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
So one question I have for you is a lot of the legacy shops, I feel like a lot of the crime that is drawn in is from being a cash business. Do you plan to be cashless?
Oh, great question. Because we will have a license, we will at least be able to do bank transactions, ACH. We will also have a third-party payment provider, which should also minimize the amount of cash that we deal with. My expectation, what I've heard is that now it's a lot more digital. There's much more, electronic payments. So I've heard anywhere from around 50 to 60% of payments will now be cash free.
As a business owner, would that be something for the community that you would be willing to delve into, being a cashless business?
No, yeah, I've heard at Union Square. I've heard that there's 4 downtown dispensaries. There's Union Square Travel Agency. There's Smack Village. There's Gotham and Housing Works right now. They're all downtown. And you guys approved a dispensary on 91st, between 91st and 92nd on Lexington already. What I've heard from the experience is it is probably, it ranges around 50 to 60% now using PIN debit or other kind of non-cash bank transfer.
Yeah, because a lot of the violent crimes in our neighborhoods surrounding the legacy shops were gunpoint robberies, and I don't know for sure what was taken. If I know from Mr. Exotic on 73rd Street, it was about $400 or $500 worth cash. I don't know if they took any of their product, but I know a lot of these places are targeted just because of the volume of cash that they have in shop.
Good point. Thank you so much, Emily.
Okay, next I have Ralph Slepian.
Hi, thanks for having us on the call. We're both physicians at the hospital. I just would like to raise my concern. I think having a legal dispensary on a residential street where there are a ton of children really is not what we want. The cigar bar was an issue. The drinking establishment before that was an issue. And as he has said, these places were in place. He's correct, but they were also issues, and this will continue to be an issue. I think this also hurts the resale value of everybody on this block. And to put it on a residential block where there are children all the time will increase traffic. It's already a safety concern on this street. Cars go by very quickly. I just think this is an error trying to put this on this street, and it really belongs on a main avenue.
And medically speaking, as a physician, as we both are at the local hospital, we do not agree that there's been enough studies to say that this is a safe recreational or, quite frankly, medicinal habit that should be just put in our neighborhood with our children. So I disagree that it is the same. We do not have the same information that we have with alcohol and tobacco smoke, despite what I respectfully heard from other folks. We just don't have that information. So we do not want this in our neighborhood.
Nobody
Ralph,
else. With all the respect, you
Done.
have a bar.
Wait,
There's a-
wait. Can you let them?
Medically
can you
speaking,
let them
we do
finish,
not
please?
want this in our neighborhood. Thank you.
So I'm right. And
Oh, do you have a full bar and a restaurant across the street, even more further in the center of the block than my proposed establishment? They serve alcohol and they serve beer at that establishment. There are also many dry cleaners. There's also other commercial establishments on that street. I respect your desire to keep it more residential, but there are nightlife establishments even more to the center of the block.
Okay, great. So that looks to be all of the public hands. And now it's time for the committee session. Before we do that, I had some questions of clarification for you. One, an observation was and I think this was echoed in some of the comments from the committee member, not the public members, was that I think you might have been, in retrospect, well served to do some outreach to the community in advance. I think that would have maybe helped temper and kind of to commence that dialogue. And so hopefully it's not too late for you to start that dialogue with the community, because it sounds like that is an area that is of great concern. So I would make that as a suggestion going forward as you seek to pursue your establishment. Then my question was the day-to-day operations. I know you had spoken about the and Maxwell, I see your hand from the public. I'll come to you in a second, just as after I finish this thought. Was you had the three partners, but can I just get clarification on the day-to-day? Who is going to be running the day-to-day? Like, what is the allocation between each partner's responsibility? Who's going to be there on site daily? Just to get clarification, because I think that's not something that was clear to me, and I know there was some confusion from the public.
Dominic is raising his hand. You can explain it more.
Hi, I'm going to be primarily a day-to-day manager, making sure everything runs smooth. That's my background as far as restaurants and such. So it would be me, and I will be there the vast majority of the time at this point, especially in the business. And Mike will be there assisting.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that. Okay, so I'll go to Maxwell.
Can I make one point before you, or no?
Sure, please go ahead.
Well, to the people across the street, your problem is here already. We didn't cause it. It's there. It's coming from the illegal market. One good point is once legal markets start to come up, they're going to start closing these shops, because we have legal markets that are, they're taken away. When they don't pay any taxes, we do. We contribute back. We kick back. So when that starts to happen, another legal shop cannot come within 1,000 feet of us. So that would actually alleviate the problem. Obviously, we can't control the street, but we'll do our best. And we feel our customers are going to be their neighbors, not these people visiting illegal shops at this point. And you're going to ask robberies? That's a very good point. But why don't people rob banks? There's security everywhere. These illegal shops have nothing. They're just a couple of cowboys, and they're just setting up shop. We have a ton of regulations to live by. Hence, the safe, every square inch will be on a camera. We have an 8-hour generator backup to alleviate those concerns. That's why people don't go into banks and just do it. And as far as our day-to-day, it will be low-key as best we can. Windows will be, you won't be able to see in. You won't have bright signage. So I understand the people's concerns, but the point is, it's here already. We didn't cause it. And if we go legally, it'll actually help clean it up because they'll start closing these shops to get the tax dollars into New York City, which was the whole point of the original program. And then another shop cannot come in when they're 1,000 feet of us. That'll actually alleviate a little bit. And we're going to operate in a proper manner as far as security to at least try to control the front. We have people that come in, they'll have IDs. If they're bad customers and they're out there again, we could say you can't come back. The people around the corner from you don't care. They could care less what happens. They don't care. You could go talk to them. They won't care. We want to hear your concerns and we want to work and we want to do the best we can to operate in a very calm, clean, nice manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. Okay, let's go to Maxwell and then I'll go to Russell and then to Marco.
Thank you, Chairman. And so after listening to this discussion, I'm really unconvinced from the applicant. And what's come so apparent is that the applicant didn't do effective market research. For instance, just now being told that the Czech consulate next door to me is vibrant nightlife late into the evening, more vibrant than a proposed dispensary that closes 11 is just factually wrong. And you'd know that if you walk down the street in the evening. Secondly, throughout the discussion, I've heard countless false equivalencies, and it's I think unacceptable and an offensive or just argument. For instance, just telling us that on between 92nd and 91st on Lexington, there was a dispensary that was open and somehow is an equivalency to what you're doing. Many of my fellow mates in this building, I live right across the street as well, we're saying over and over that this is a residential area. There are lots of little children. And Lexington is an avenue. It's a big street. So once again, false equivalency. And this has been peppered through the entire discussion. I'm also concerned about the seriousness of the group because they couldn't have all of their partners show up on time. Okay, it's a significant topic. And all of the diversionary discussions about illicit marijuana shops are irrelevant right now because what we're talking about is an impact that's going to be right across the street from us and what's going to be impacting where I live. And I'm 100% sure based on the applicant's discussion and the comments he's made that he has not taken the time to understand what's going on here. Even after the end of this conversation, it's not enough. And it doesn't seem like a viable, this is not the right place to be in business. I wish you the best somewhere else.
Thank you, Maxwell. Okay, so that is all for the public. I'm going to go to the community board. So I'll start with Russell first.
Thanks. Okay, yeah, I would like to make a motion to approve, and if it's seconded, I will speak to it.
I will second your motion.
So, I think, well, I'll just go down my list here. I mean, I went to the cigar bar that was formerly in that place many times, and I have no doubt that this dispensary is going to be much less boisterous and much less obtrusive than the cigar bar was. And part of the reason for that, and this is something that it sounds like some of the members of the public who have spoken didn't fully understand, is that the dispensary solely sells marijuana. It's not a place where people consume it. It's not like a bar. It's not like a restaurant. It's not a nightlife establishment where people hang out and are loudly conversing. They go in, they buy the marijuana, and they leave. So it isn't going to have that kind of noisy impact. There are very, very stringent requirements that legal marijuana establishments, unlike all of the various illegal establishments that have been cropping up, have to abide by, and that this applicant, I think, has made extremely clear that they're going to abide by. The fact that you're not allowed to display any product or paraphernalia in the windows or outside which they've said very clearly they're not going to do. So to the extent that some people were raising that concern, it does not apply. The fact that there are very strict, of course, age requirements in terms of who's even allowed to come into the store, let alone purchase marijuana, which these licensed legal establishments enforce very strictly. And the limitations on the signage and the kind of signage that they're allowed to have, and the security requirements. And it does sound, notwithstanding all the disavowals that we've heard, it really does sound to me like the concern essentially is with people not liking marijuana establishments, because I think you're hearing people saying on the one hand, there's not enough security. Then you have other people saying maybe there's too much security. It's like we can't even sort of settle on what the reason is. And I think that that's because there's sort of latent concern about whether this should be legalized at all. But I think it should be legal. And it sounds to me like this applicant is going to comply with what the rules are. And, the sort of assumption undergirding, I think, a lot of the commentary is it sounds like people are sort of thinking that the patrons of this establishment are basically criminals and that it's bringing a criminal element to the neighborhood. And that's wrong. It's the people who are buying here are not criminals. They're people no different from customers of a liquor store or a bar. The people who want to, partake of this legal substance. And in the same way, as was pointed out, that we don't have these concerns, I think Dove said it very persuasively, we shouldn't have these concerns about a marijuana establishment more than we do about liquor stores or other kinds of stores. People in this neighborhood do not want to go all the way down to 14th Street to legally purchase marijuana. So the idea that the existence of a legal dispensary on 14th Street is somehow some kind of substitute is not persuasive. And finally, the idea that because some other marijuana establishment was robbed, that means that this one is inherently dangerous is just, say again, unpersuasive. Because number one, these unlicensed facilities don't have the security that a licensed place has. And number two, we don't apply that logic to any kind of store, right? I mean, nobody is saying that because pharmacies were getting ripped off all the time, that nobody can have a CVS open on their block. It's just not an argument that we apply in any other context. So I think we should approve this. I think that the applicant is, they've demonstrated that they're complying with the requirements and intending to comply. And so for that reason, I think we should approve it.
Thank you, Russell. Okay, Marco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I share my screen? I think it's extremely important if it's possible. If not, I can talk without no sharing my screen.
It's easier
It's
if you don't.
doable or not?
It's easier
It's
if you
doable?
don't.
Okay, so I can do that. Okay, thank you. Let me see if I can do that.
No, Will was saying it's easier if you don't.
No, we're going to take too much time. It's already 9:30.
Okay,
to
that's fine. Okay, sorry. Can you put me back in the big screen, please?
We see you.
You are the center of attention right now.
Thank you so much. Okay. I'm sorry, the chair of the community board, Russell. You said that the applicant is going to apply the rules. Well, you're wrong. I'm sorry to say that, because I just checked in the Department of Buildings and in city planning. City planning say clearly that is an RAB, meaning this is a completely residential business, a residential district in the area that he is going to apply. I also check DOB web, and DOB web say clearly that this venue or this building do not have certificate of occupancy. That means do not have a legal use of commercial space. Now, if they have something, now what we have to do in this case, we need to they have to apply a letter of no objection in the Department of Buildings, demonstrated that this use This is specific use, not the alcohol, not the restaurant business, because you cannot compare apples with oranges. Please, I'm sorry to say that, but the point right here is DOV has to stand up and say, okay, this is legal to use cannabis. I know that it's legal, the cannabis in the city. Yes, I'm completely opposed to that. But the issue right here is we cannot approve something that doesn't legally allow us to do that because it's another residential district. And if it's a residential district, this person cannot be operated over there. I'm sorry to say that those people that, okay, they're gonna travel to 14th Street. No, sorry, the young lady that just spoke before at the early of this conversation, she said that she's going to Midtown, so it's not too far away. Okay, so clearly we have to establish the points that we need to protect our community. We need to have this business, specifically M1 and M2, far away from residential and commercial business. We don't have legislation to do that. And I don't go in that direction. But my point is, this business, if they want to do legal, yes, it is legal. The state approved, and we cannot go against them. Yes, the city approved, the city council approved. Yes, we cannot say that, but at least we have the right to say, let's go put in a industrial area. If somebody want to buy, go buy it over there in those places and enjoy it. Now, why I'm very upset myself is people, they said, oh, if we put in a discretionary place, they're not gonna see that they're gonna buy. Look, I'm walking in the streets, they stink of marijuana. I'm walking in the park, they stink of the marijuana. I'm walking in the subway, they stink of the marijuana. So they don't need to be discretionary because the smoke cover themselves wherever they go. So that is the point that I think is wrong. We have to protect our children. We have to protect our residential district. That is our role, and I'm going to oppose this application. Thank you.
Just to make one note, in my application packet, I did include what's called an I-card, the predecessor to a certificate of occupancy. And in the application packet, it does list a prior use was a saloon. Which has been grandfathered in as a commercial establishment for this building.
Yes, but you need to have a position of the Department of Buildings for the use. One thing is one you use that you describe, and another thing is the use that you are proposing. So this is what we need to, that DOV stand up and say, look, he has the right to do, he can operate lawfully, and then we cannot say nothing. So what it is in this case is we need to have a letter of no objection from DOV. DOV will stand up and say, okay, it's legal. Well, you can do that. But so far, I checked the record in the Department of Buildings. I couldn't find no certificate of occupancy. I'm saying from the records. Thank you.
Yes, what I'm saying, the I-card so what I'm saying is, I think
I-card is different. I'm sorry to interrupt. I-card is HPD. HPD is different completely. Now you need more than ever to have a letter of no objection or a new CO. You don't have to, you cannot use the I-card. I-card use HPD to establish some kind of business, because before that period of time, or on the time that building was built, didn't issue the CO, but it was HPD. So if you have your ID card, yes, this is the document that you have to present in DOV. DOV will be issue the authorization to legally to operate this business.
Yeah, Mark, can I speak now?
Yeah, I'm sorry for that.
No problem. Thank you. No, thank you for your public service. And I definitely think you're trying to really, in your heart, really advocate for the best of the community. So I do appreciate your energy. What I want to do say is it listed the commercial establishment as a saloon in the I-card. And secondly, I want to say I'm surprised in all this opposition, because I'm now entering into a former cigar lounge. So, my personal feeling, all right, the science is out, but I felt that at least, to me, the cannabis flower is healthier than tobacco. That's at least to me. So at least in my view, it would have been a little bit differently received by the community. But, you know, it is zoned as commercial, and it was prior use as a cigar lounge. If you're not going to convert a cigar lounge to a dispensary, I mean, you know, there were never any dispensaries then, so before.
So you need an opposition for the Department of Buildings. They will make a determination to what you said, especially you have a I-car. The I-car is HPD. So, and then basically it's probably HPD, the DOB, they will ask all this documentation and then they will make a decision. And I think so far to recommend an approval for something that we don't know what's going on, I think is wrong. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Judy, and then Robin.
Well, to carry on with what Marco says, I don't know what's right, but I think our resolution should say something. I want to make two change additions to the resolution, if the maker will accept them. One, that the proper building department requirements, that we're approving this conditionally, that the proper building department requirements have been gotten by the store owner. Because it was something once before doesn't mean that's what the zoning is now. Are you following me, Abraham? Am I?
No, I hear you. Yes.
Okay.
You want to
I mean,
propose?
to me, this is an issue that comes up all the time, right? Where somebody doesn't have their C of O yet when they come before us. And I think to me, it's fine to say, you know, they have to have whatever approvals they need to
Yes.
open before they open.
Okay, so then you'll accept that as part of the resolution.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
then the other thing, which is something we haven't really discussed, but the next item is going to be in my neighborhood, and I feel this way. I think 11 o'clock is too late. And I don't know how any of the other board members feel, but I would say either 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock, but certainly not 11 o'clock. I see the owner shaking his head. So what do you feel? I mean, ideally 9 o'clock would be good. Would you be amenable to that?
I think at the store. Just go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for really, you know, I'm willing to compromise. You know, I really understand the concerns of the community. My initial feeling was, hey, someone came out of a bar, they're pumped up on alcohol, they want to come down a little bit. But if the community feels strongly that 10 o'clock would better represent the community's interests, I'm okay with, and closing at 10.
Yeah.
Well, at least 10 o'clock. Russell, you're the maker. I don't know if you.
We're okay with 10 o'clock. We're okay with 10.
The applicant's okay with it. I'm okay with 10 o'clock. We can switch to 10.
Okay. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have Robin and then Lindsay.
She said yes.
Robin, you should see a prompt on your screen to confirm unmuting.
Thank you. Yeah, I just, to the extent that we as the community board support and backstop the community itself, I have to vote no on this one. They are vociferous and united, and across the board, we're hearing the same thing from one after the other after the other. They don't want this. And why should we support it in that case? There's really no reason to. You mentioned that you're on 73rd Street because you can afford the rent. And I appreciate your honesty. I really do. This is not an East 73rd Street business. It's a quiet little residential street. You also mentioned that you are not able to advertise. You can't do logos. How are you going to get customers in the middle of this little block? It just makes no sense to me. So
I can't answer. Go ahead, where?
I wish you good luck. I think you should maybe realign your finances and pick a place that's more appropriate. So I would be a no on this.
No, I do respect your opinion. Thank you. I do think, I personally don't drink. I used to drink. It gets me sick. I get hangovers. One beer gives me a 2-day hangover. It's just, different people, different, preferences. But I do think that, we as society are shifting. We're shifting away from tobacco. We're shifting away from alcohol. Some people are using more prescription medication. Some people believe cannabis is plant medicine. There are a lot of different opinions out there. But I do respect yours. We won't advertise. All the stores are under the same restriction. But we do think that there are a lot of cannabis consumers that don't come out and discuss their consumption of cannabis because there's a stigma. And I do believe that there are a lot of consumers in the Upper East Side. Otherwise, I would not open a store. I believe that there's certainly customer demand and a desire, for a local place to access safe and lab tested cannabis. But that's just me. The best I can really promise is really being the best operator and most responsible operator and abide by all the regulations. And it's very important for me to hear all your concerns. And if you believe 10 o'clock, 11 is too late, we're willing to be flexible and really address some of the community concerns. And, there are a lot of neighbors across the street that were very vociferously opposed to this. And if they don't, they're very rational and not wanting the smell. And, I believe that all this can be achieved, that the residents of the community who do consume will want a local shop because it's closer and safer to get to, and also not have the negative effects of a pungent, noxious odor for the residents across the street.
I'm going to just wrap up by saying one thing. Your security guard or you or your partners will have zero say about where people smoke in the street. They will have nothing whatsoever. They have nothing whatsoever to say about it.
They will have say over our customers, though. When we tell them you will not be welcome back into our store because you're creating a nuisance for our neighbors and threatening our license, so we make no money. Those are people we have control over. People who want to consume, who bought at our store and want to continue buying at our store will obey what we say.
Okay, thank you. All right, next I'll go to Lindsay.
I was just going to say Judy's earlier closing time makes sense, and it's aligned with the liquor stores that are at each end of these, that abut both of these things. They also tend to have variable closing times where, like, during the week they close at 8:30, 9, and 9:30, and then on Friday and Saturday they close at 10. So I think something that looks at an earlier close seems like a good way to compromise here.
Absolutely. Like I said, I just want to reserve the right, and I didn't know that concerns, and I definitely we will adjust for the concerns. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so we have a motion to approve on the floor, which was seconded. That is conditioned on the operating hours closing at 10 p.m. rather than the requested 11 p.m. And then also that the applicant ensure and be able to demonstrate they have the required approvals from DOB, C of O, et cetera, to operate the type of establishment in this venue. So with that, I'll call the question. Does anyone oppose calling the question? Okay, so if not, then I will go to the roll. So if anyone's voting no, not voting for cause or abstaining, please give me an indicator. Okay, so Marco?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so Marco's a no. Robin?
I'm a no.
Okay, no. Evan?
No.
Okay. Any others? No, not voting for cause or abstaining. Okay, so on this round, it looks like this is going to be a 7 yes, 3 no approval. So just as a note to the applicant and as well as the members of the public, any motions made here, so this approval is conditional and goes to the full board for a vote by the full board. So I would encourage the applicant to be present at the full board meeting because I can virtually guarantee this will be revisited there. That also goes for members of the public. There is a public session where members of the public can speak to any topic at the full board meeting, including specific applications. So you will have an opportunity to speak to this if you wish to do so. So with that, we will wish you good luck for now. Wei, Dominic and Michael, and then we will see you in a couple weeks at the full board meeting. Mrs. Brown, did you have your hand up relating to this application? Okay, you put your hand down, so I'm going to assume no. Okay, great. So thank you very much, and we will move forward with
That's
the.
a no.
You're a no, Mrs. Brown?
I'm a yes, but no to your question.
Oh, okay, thank you so much. Okay, great. Okay, so thank you. Good evening, Wei and Co.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, folks. Highly appreciated.
Thank you.
All right, so last but not least, do I have the applicant for 4B? This is Weeds R Us DBA Liberty Buds, 1115 First Avenue between 61st and 62nd.
Good evening. Yes, we're here.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you? Please tell us a little about yourselves, the application, how you plan to run the establishment, and I'm sure you got some good context from that previous application of questions and concerns, so jump right in.
Thank you. My name is Jack Isaacarian. This is my partner, Joshua Al. We're best friends and business partners for about 25, 26 years. We run several businesses together in the 5 boroughs, and we were lucky to get this license. The name of the company is Weeds R Us. The DBA could be Weeds R Us or Liberty Buds at this point. We got approved for 1115 First Avenue, and this is the way our operation is supposed to move forward. We are planning to be open from 10 a.m. to about 10 p.m. We do have an okay from the landlord to be open up until midnight. We would like to see how the block runs to midnight, but we don't oppose to closing at 10, 11 p.m. The location will have several security guards. There will be a security guard outside. There will be a security guard inside. The location will have about 30 cameras, 3 cameras on the outside, facial recognition. The doors will be locked to the dispensary at all times. In order to get into the dispensary, after you get checked by the security guard outside, your ID is verified. They will buzz the door open and the consumer will go in. I have provided you guys with a plan. I don't know if you guys have that in front of you, but if you could look at it, there's a second entry security area after you enter into the location where there will be a secondary security guard sitting in the middle of the alley between the waiting area and the actual dispensary showroom. In this area, we will have about 20 to 25 seatings. After the customer gets checked the initial time outside, they will get checked again inside by the host. They will verify their information. The ID will be checked. They will have a seat for about 1 to 5, 7 minutes, depending on the traffic inside the dispensary, and then they will be let inside the dispensary. We are not planning to have more than 10 to 25 customers in the dispensary at one time. We're not planning to have such a big, busy traffic area, and we will try to control traffic as best as we can with a waiting area. There's also going to be a third point of checking this ID on after they make their order. They have to go to a pickup area. At the pickup area, in order to get their product, they will be checked with their ID at one last time before they go. We will be doing delivery. At first, we are going to be concentrating on the dispensary. The delivery for us will be second nature. We are planning to have foot traffic delivery. We are planning to have bicycles, no e-bikes, maybe a gas generated motor vehicle, bicycle, maybe a car. But at this point, it's just walking and on bikes. They will have the business name on the bikes, on the t-shirts, on the hats, on the clothing. We have clothing for the winter. We have clothing for the summer. I provided you pictures of all that as well. And we will be compliant as much as we can. The location is ADA compliant. It's on the ground floor. The bathroom is ADA compliant. The place was used by several businesses priorly. There was a mattress company there. I believe DoorDash was there. Some delivery company named Joker was there. So they had to be compliant with all this stuff as well. We will be as well. Sidewalk will always be clean. We are planning to have an on-site cleaning individual at our location throughout the whole 50 to 80% of the time of the day. They will be cleaning inside the dispensary, inside the bathroom, inside the offices, and also they will monitor outside on the sidewalk almost every hour, every half an hour, and we are going to take care of the city sidewalk as well. Also the curb. The location holds about 99 people on the C of O. We have provided you with the C of O, and we're not planning to have more than, like I said, 60, 50 people. That's including with employees in the location at one time. So I don't think we're going to need the place of assembly. If we do, we will apply for it. The place is 2,500 square feet. The showroom is going to, the waiting room is going to be about 1,500 square feet. The rest of the space is going to be a day inventory room. There's going to be a night inventory room. There's going to be about 5 point of sale systems. Each point of sale has about 1 to 2 camera in between it. We are planning on taking all types of payments that's regulated by the OCM. At this point, I believe it's actually 30% cash in most dispensaries and 70% via card transactions. We will have pickups 2 to 3 times a day. The registers will be emptied at a $300 count per given time. We are going to have at least 30 employees plus per shift. We have 2 shifts per day. I myself, my partner Josh over here, another 2 management individuals that we have, and we're working on bringing an operator from Los Angeles down here that has 7 years experience in running a dispensary into this location to help us, meet all compliance and have a successful business. Just a little business background. I'm a real estate owner myself. I own over 100 apartments in Brooklyn and Queens. We hold a general construction license together. We built about 20 to 30 houses a year for the last 10 years. We know about the insurances. Currently, we have a $7 million PGL. We know about building department, DOT, rules and regulations. Joshua has a lot of retail experience. They currently occupy the Bronx, which is a shooting range for the police officers that have to go there all the time for practice. So he also has a lot of retail business, restaurant business experience. They run a lot of pools in the 5 boroughs that belongs to the communities and to the New York State. And that's about it. It's 21 and over. Regarding the consumption, there is no consumption inside. Regarding smell, everything is packaged, closed. Every package has a seal and a secure way to open it. It's very, very childproof. I myself have a problem opening up some of the bags. Sometimes I have to take a scissor to it. It's not so easy just to drop the bag on the floor and for somebody to open it up easily. I think that's about it for now. We are on a commercial block. We're on First Avenue. We have a lot of walk-in business traffic next to us are open and running late. There is a Treadwell over there. There's a bar on our left. There's a restaurant on our right. We've spoken to almost all the commercial real estate guys, business owners on the block. You know, we've told them what's coming over there. They're working with us into making sure everything's safe. There's a legal smoke shop actually on the left hour business, literally on the left hours. And just so you know, he's very scared. We already went in there. We already told him we're opening up over here, hopefully. We told him that he has to shut down. We told him that OCM is behind us. We told him about all this stuff. His question to me is, how long do I have and can I get a job with you guys? So, you know, they will be going around us for 1,000 square feet. They will be shutting everybody down. We ourselves are going to help with that process because can't have a legal smoke shop ruining our name, ruining the product. It's definitely ruining the neighborhood and it's going to take away from our business tremendously. We are also 1 block away from 59th Street Bridge. So we have that commercial aspect on the right of us. There's a barrier between us and more residential buildings across the highway. And we will be as responsible as we can.
Great. Thank you very much. Do I have any members of the public on this application? Questions, comments, members of the public? Once, twice. Okay, seeing none, I will go to my fellow committee members. Judy.
Yeah, you are in my neighborhood now, so I'm a block and a half from you. So now I have questions. The first one is the illegal store. I know which one you referred to. Have you spoken to the police about that? Please report it to the, if you haven't, and I'll move on, report it to the 19th precinct, please. Because we've spoken to them about the illegal stores and they want to be told about these issues.
Can I address that one quick second? I don't want to cut you off. I just
Sure.
want to make you feel comfortable. So my mother-in-law is a sergeant in Brooklyn. My father-in-law is a retired detective. My uncle is a detective. This individual knows almost every single police officer there is in the state of New York because they all go to his range once a month to practice. We can't say too much because we're not allowed to, but we have made all the phone calls. All the necessary people know about this. The OCM knows about this. The mayor knows about this. DASNY knows about this. There's law enforcement that knows about this. The precinct also knows about this as well.
Okay, maybe we'll talk off record. I don't want to, this
Sure.
meeting's going on long enough. How many days a week are you open? I don't think I got that.
We're planning to be open 7 days a week. As I mentioned, we're just gonna try out the hours in the beginning to see how business is over there. We're all both family men. I have 3 children. He has 2. We live in Nassau and Suffolk County. I'm not trying to be there until 11 o'clock at night. My wife's gonna kill me. I want to be home. He wants to be home. So maybe we'll close even sooner, depending on how it goes over there.
Well, I certainly don't want to see you open later than 10, and 9 would certainly make me feel happier that you are in the middle of a residential area. So that's my personal feeling. Yes, I'm thinking. I lost my question. You said that you were at $300. You were going to empty your registers. Are you emptying them somewhere in the store? Are you putting the money in a safe? Are you taking the money out of the store? What does that mean at $300 you're emptying your register?
All right, so by law, we're not allowed to take a cent outside the door. The second we take money outside the store, it's fairly illegal. We can have a million problems and lose our license. We will have a safe in this location. It happens that in the middle of this location, if you look at the sketch, there's a vault there. The area was, I don't know, maybe built by this for prior business, but has concrete cement blocks all around it, about 4 feet wide. And we're gonna put a nice steel fire rated door there with 2 locks on it, and there will be a safe in there. The money will go straight from the register into a drop box underneath the register to the safe. And I just want to also mention that both inventory rooms that we're putting up, they will have steel cage. By regulation, we're supposed to have that. So both inventory rooms will be steel caged all around. So it's not only just to get through one door, there's a steel cage you got to get in through to get to the inventory room or to the safe after hours or during hours.
Okay, and it's just you two owners, or is there another owner, and who is the individual that is allowed to have this license because they had served time in prison?
So it's just us, and there was no prison time. We didn't have we're not drug dealers or anything like that. 20 years ago, I was happy to be with him. We are users. We met up with our local guy. We picked up $20 worth of weed, which was 1 gram. And as soon as we got back in the car, a police officer pulled us over. And because Joshua had that in his pocket, he spent one night and paid, how much was it? $100 fine and some community service, and that's it. We're
Okay, well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, so I mean, I just so you know, we both got charged. I just got an attorney and I, went and I fought at the community service. I was a stockbroker at the time. He was so scared of his family and his parents not finding out that he asked the judge, "What's the fastest way to keep this quiet?" And the judge said, "Plead guilty and pay $100. Nobody will find out." And I guess it was a blessing in disguise.
Take any more time. This meeting is going on long enough. I'll ask the board office for your contact information. I would like to talk to you off record, but I will just remind you that I was glad to hear that you were going to keep the sidewalk clean. You're also responsible 18 inches out into the curb.
I'm used to that from my own buildings in the 5 boroughs. So
That's the sanitation rules. So and when we get to a resolution, Abraham, I would like to have 10 o'clock, if not earlier, as the closing time.
Okay, thank you, Judy. Okay, next we'll go to Russell and then Marco.
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Okay. So Judy is seconding thumbs up, but I think we do want to address her point on the hours. Is that something you'd entertain, Russell?
Russell, or are you speaking to me? Jack?
Well, both.
Yes, me. I got muted again. So yeah, that is.
Okay, great. Okay, so yeah, so both of you, Joshua and sorry,
Jack. It's okay.
Thank you.
It's like
yeah, on the hours, before I go to my other committee members, I saw on the application you had put Monday through Thursday 10 to 10, Friday, Saturday 10 to 1, and then Sunday 11 to 8. So what is your flexibility there? Because I know that was
so Monday through again, there is a lot of businesses on the block that consume liquor and there's a cigar bar over there as well. That they're open late. They're open till like 11, 12, 10. I just want to see how the block runs. We're not planning to be open on holidays. I'm actually Jewish. I'm observant. I'm not going to be open on the Jewish holidays, Yom Kippur, Rosh Hashanah, and all this stuff. And a lot of people in that neighborhood are actually people from my neighborhood. So I will get a lot of feedback as far as hours go. I want to see how it runs. I don't want to commit to 10, maybe 11 for now. And if it doesn't run that late, we'll kick it back to 10, maybe even 9. Every hour we're open is thousands of dollars for us spent with 20 employees electricity, anything like that. If we're not making it, we're not planning to, waste our resources. So respectfully, if I can just get a chance to see how it runs.
Understood.
So what about
Go ahead,
11?
Russell. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
So can we do 11?
Yeah, I'm thinking it's probably gonna end up being 10. I'm just
I
don't wanna.
understand. Yeah, this was the
11 for
outside
now.
end. If you want to close earlier, you
problem.
can, but that's what we're.
So can we do, so hold on, can we do, see, Monday through Thursday, 11? Can I just do Friday, Saturday for now until 12? Sunday, I can close whenever you want. I mean, Sunday, I put 8. I'm not sure what the rules are as far as alcohol goes, or in the neighborhood, and church hours and community hours, and Sunday people are off with their kids. So I mean, it's gotta be earlier on Sunday. I really don't mind. So
Yeah,
if it's
well,
okay-
just to clarify, I mean, the application that I'm looking at says Monday to Thursday, you're saying 10 to 10. Friday to
I know.
Saturday, you're saying 10 to 1 a.m. Sunday, you're saying 11 to 8. So as I understand it, you've already said 10 from Monday to Thursday. We're talking about Friday to Saturday, dialing it back from 1.
I was just trying to make up the time for it. If it's closing down on Friday, Saturday at 11, maybe I could just get a couple of
And that's
extra
okay with me
hours.
too. Yeah, I mean, look, frankly,
That's what
that's
I was
okay
going, that's what I was
with
trying
me.
really to
I
do.
understand. Yeah. Got it. Yeah. So look, that's okay with me to do 11 just consistently in the interest of getting the Saturday, Friday time down. I don't know if Judy's on board with that. I mean, it seems to me that this location
No,
doesn't.
I'm not on board with that, Russell. I have to tell you, I am a big supporter of marijuana. I had an aunt that was very ill some years ago, and marijuana was the only thing that helped her pain. The doctors could not give her anything that would help her pain before she died. And I'm a big supporter when I see what that did for her of marijuana. But I will not support, I will be forced to vote no if we're past 10 o'clock. Because I
'Cause it
just
seems like-
think that this is a residential neighborhood. And I think you're going about it backwards. I think you should try it at 10 and then come back to us in 3 months or 6 months. If you need more time, if you see the neighborhood works differently, then we should take another look at it. But I think now we should start with 10 o'clock. I would hate to have to vote no.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
I think-
Russell, with yours, I'm with you. Like I don't know that I feel great about trying to hold them to 10 o'clock on an avenue the same time that we just did a
That's the
residential.
thing. Yeah, it just doesn't have the same concerns.
It also is a comedy club opening up
Yeah.
across the street, as we just spoke about. They're gonna be running late as well, the comedy club. And just so you know, I just want to make something clear. I don't see that we're gonna be doing delivery, and we know where we are. There's a lot of residents in this neighborhood, and the delivery is gonna be a big part of the business. It's really the after hours for us is to run our delivery. I'm not even looking for in dispensary business after 10 o'clock. I would want to let all the employees go and save money. It's not going to be much there. It's just delivery. And I can't have the delivery open if the business is closed down. So it's just also a matter of just delivery for me for that extra hour. But if it needs to be, I will comply. We want to work with you guys. If we can't do 11, then 10:30. It's not 10, and then we'll come back. We play by the rules. It's just I just want you to understand where we're coming from. We're just trying to run a business here, and like you said, people may want to use that product. People sometimes get home late. Just want to have the extra hour for delivery. Honestly.
Okay, what maybe we hold on that for a bit and let the other hands talk for now. So I'm gonna go to Marco.
Thank you. I saw you have one certificate of occupancy issued a long time ago, and they say eating and drinking establishment group 6. Now you have a new and it's still no issue, so it's still in process. I don't know which one the CO you file, but in the last one, I think is That's the, right now I have almost like a 13 temporary TCO. The issue is right there, the applicant mentioned that it's a retail. So again, I think this is the only case makes a lot of sense that we can file again a letter of no objection from DOB requesting if the selling of cannabis is correct in that use. So because it was approved, the CO, in the other case it was not approved. In this case makes more sense. So there are two COs basically, and one is superseded to the old ones, and the new one is still in process, and it says just only retail, group 6. I don't know how they put it as a group 6 cannabis.
So this is a new building that was built, from what I understand, a while back. Like I said, we have a very big background in the building department. We did do our research. There's a temporary certificate of occupancy on this location. They apparently in the city, a lot of commercial real estates do this because it saves them a lot of money in trying to get the CO. To file a temporary CO costs like $300 every 90 days, where they would have to spend over 25,000, maybe 50,000 getting a CO. So it's in our lease that the landlord has to have the CO or a temporary CO active, or we don't pay rent and we could leave whenever we want. The OCM will not approve this location if we did not show them the CFO or the temporary CFO. So that's another thing in hand. We are not doing any major build out, anything like that, where we would need permits or to get the building department or the DOB or the DOT involved in this. It is a retail location. The last 3 businesses that have been in here, one was a mattress company, which is Sleepy's. It was an in-store retail. The one prior to that was DoorDash, which is a delivery. And the prior to that was a Joker, which was, I think, another delivery. So there has been a delivery business in this location, and there has been an in-store retail sales location in this business in this location within the last 24 months, which I understand and I have proof of.
So listen, you are misleading my question. I'm not asking the process. I don't ask that. I'm asking that what it is, the zoning resolution. The zoning resolution clearly says group 6. And in group 6, there is no marijuana, no cannabis used. So DOB has to stand up and say, look, this is in the group 6, and that's it. So
no, we're retail.
No,
that's
you
retail.
have to ask the DOB because the uses according with the zoning resolution do not exist that used. So DOB has to stand up either to create a new one or to support what you are saying. But that is the point. The point is not the process, the bureaucratic process that you describe in DOB, because I know very well. So we are discussing right here is the use, and the use has to establish by DOB interpretation of the zoning resolution. If the interpretation is the retail is marijuana or whatever you want to call, and that is fine. But they had to make the final decision. And that is basically, in this case, probably it is prudent to approve with expecting to have a letter of no objection. But then the other was, how are you going to approve something that will become probably legal? In your case, you have a commercial use, and the other one is a residential. So I understand your point. I understand very well how is going on right here. So I understand the whole process of CO. It takes long. I know that every 3 months it expire. It is more than that, what you're saying. I know very well. It takes years sometimes. So my point is very simple. It has to have something, position from DOB in this case, even that is commercial space, the other was residential. In your case, is more likely probably DOB go in your side rather in my point of view. My point of view, obviously, I would like to see all this kind of business in M1, M2, and 3. And so that is my view, my vision, but that is not legal, by the way. That is my opinion only. And thank you so much.
Thanks, Marco.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
Mrs. Brown and then Lindsay.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to approve and call the question, but I have a comment.
We have currently a motion on the floor to approve by Russell.
Okay. Well, then I would second that, but I'd like to make a comment, please.
Please, of course.
Thank you. I think it's important that we be consistent with the hours. And if I had my choice, I'd like to see the dispensary close at 9 PM. That's just my opinion. And that being said, I think under new business, I'd like for us to establish hours for dispensaries that are on the avenues and hours for dispensaries that are on the streets, the numbers of streets. So that if a dispensary is in a highly residential area, that we consider the traffic of the residents in that respective area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown.
Can I address something?
Yes.
You know, we didn't go into a major residential block. We are on our avenue. There are many businesses on this avenue that run late. We don't have any on-site consumption. There's no hangout outside. There's no hangout inside. Literally 60 feet away from me, there's chairs and tables outside with 50 people sitting outside smoking, drinking, with their pets on their phone, being loud, and all these things. We will comply. We will be very respectful. I just want you guys to understand that our business is going to have an overhead of about 500,000 plus a month in rent. I have 80 workers at $25 to $30 an hour. My insurance is $70,000 a year. There's a reason why these locations exist, is because businesses will survive there. But again, you know, 9 is really too short. We want to be able to survive. That's why I respectfully ask. I know Ms. Judith wants 10, but you know, we want that 11 o'clock. Unless we're tied, then we're tied to 10. It's just, I just want you guys to understand that we want to give back to the community. We are going to be paying taxes. We're hiring people from the neighborhood. Just please give us an opportunity to at least survive. This is new business, new industry. We don't even know where it's going to go. It might not go like this. It might just go like this, and our lives are over. We just need that help a little bit.
Understood. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to Lindsay.
Yes, just one moment. I need to follow up. I
Okay.
appreciate your personnel needs, but my priority is to the community and serving the community. And with no disrespect, sir, I feel if I was a cannabis user and I knew that you closed at 9 and I like the service that you provided, rest assured I would be there by 9. So I appreciate your personnel issues, but my responsibility is to the community and meeting the needs of the community. Thank you.
Lindsay.
Hi, yeah, I want to second this. We need to get consistent on how we do our timing. If we look at the liquor store that's on that street right now, it closes at 10:30. I don't know that we need to hew things to how liquor stores operate, but we probably need to come to something there. But I also had a question about what the name of this storefront will be when it's done. So I understand that you can like do business as something, and that might not necessarily be the storefront name. But is the plan for this to be Weeds R Us in the same way that like Toys R Us is done?
So if we do it like Toys R Us is done, we're going to get sued. So we're not planning on doing that. So it's going to be Weeds, WEEDS ARE space US. We're also thinking about maybe using a name Liberty Buds, but we are not going to use a Toys R Us logo. We are not spinning the R around. I'm not taking the store around and putting a marijuana plant on it. I've done my research. They're suing Zaza's R Us in Bayside, Queens. They're suing Herbal R Us in Canada right now. They're suing Buds R Us in California. New business. I'm not trying to get into a lawsuit. It was a mistake when we first originally opened up the name. We were not aware of this. You know, we put the R by itself, but we are going to be in the motion to change that. But the name, if we are going to choose Weeds R Us, it will say A-R-E, not R, not flipped around for kids or anything like that.
Okay. And then to this timing question, I'm not sure we are on how the motion that Russell, I think, is put, like, I don't know where we are on the timing thing, but if we can get clarity on that before we vote, that'd be great.
Yep.
It's going to be Weeds R Us, not time. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Is that all, Lindsay? Okay, thanks. Judy, to you, and then back to Russell so we can land on timing.
Yeah, I frankly like Liberty Buds. I think it's better. And will you also, like the prior person, have black windows? And what's your store front going to be like?
Every dispensary across the state has to have some sort of situation where products cannot be seen from the outside. If you pass by in front of the location right now, it's already frosted. We're keeping that frost. We're not taking it off. But if you look at the sketch, I am creating a secondary wall about 20 feet after the doors are open. So even when the doors are open, even if I take the frost out, there's a wall. You won't be able to see the actual dispensary unless you walk in. And I really don't want to do that because it's going to kill the look. I'm doing very nice lofty chandeliers, white floors, beautiful place. I want when the customer comes up, door opens up, wow. But we're probably going to block the front, so they will have, once they go past the secondary security guard entrance, then they go into the actual dispensary.
Okay, I have two more quick questions. One, Robert, could you send us that drawing that he said he submitted? Because I didn't see it in the paperwork.
Yep, it's Judy. It should be in the packet. It should be
I
on.
didn't see it. I look for it. So if you could email it to me, I'd appreciate it. But I do have one more question for the two gentlemen. You made it very clear that when people came in, you were being very thorough in getting their IDs and who they were and what their age is, etc. Now you mentioned that you're going to deliver, particularly in the evening. How do you know when you deliver that you're delivering to me and not my 16-year-old daughter when you deliver? Talk to us more about the delivery, because I know in my building, a lot of buildings, the building takes the package and brings it up if it's an apartment building. So tell us about the deliveries, how that's going to work.
Okay.
Sorry, Jack. Judy, Jack, the drawing is the Weeds R Us, right?
Then that's the sign outside, but again, this is the plan. No, this is the dispensary. This is a dispensary plan.
Is this the drawing that you were talking about? I just want to make
Yes.
sure that. Yeah, so Judy, that's on.
That's the
Okay.
outside sign.
I'll look for it again after the meeting is over. So
No,
It's
not
right
that.
above the map. No,
okay,
it's not that.
maybe
Jack.
he could
No,
tell us
no.
about the delivery.
Okay, so we have a POS system company called Proteus 420. Now, the reason we actually went with them over everybody else because of the delivery plan. They have, like, I don't know if you're familiar with the Domino's delivery plan, where if you order Domino's, they have like a tracking device on the website where you can see how far your food is and when it's coming. So they will the program will have this, but this will not be for the customers. It will be for the in-house delivery hub individual and the management to keep track of where the individual is going. Now, you as a customer, when you go to the website, the only type of payment is ACH, bank to bank, and you will have to upload your ID and register into our website, and also, you go bank to bank with your information. After you make a purchase, you will get a phone call on the phone number that you have provided right away from the delivery hub, confirming your order and the products and the delivery location. All our delivery individuals will be equipped with iPads, mini iPads, or large iPhones we will give them the second they leave the location, not only the package of goods, but they will have a picture ID of yourself. Now, we can't deliver to any schools or government buildings. We can't even go inside the building. Once it's outside, you will get a phone call or a text message from dispatch that the driver to your product is outside. You will have to physically go downstairs for now, and with your ID, the worker will compare your ID with his system that sees your information there, and at that point, he will give you the package. After that's done, you will also get another message from text message or via telephone from the delivery hub management about your delivery and if you got your products and how was your experience. In the future, we're trying to figure out a way where we can give our delivery drivers a mechanism or a machine that they can literally scan the ID before they give it, and the system will verify it's them. And the picture will pop up, and obviously the guy will be able to view the individual, and just like that.
Well, I have to congratulate you. You really did your homework, and it sounds very thorough.
I have 9 cousins in LA that own dispensaries. I have cousins in Oklahoma. I'm being mentored, you know, come over with family, trying to do the right thing over here. I'm not just jumping into something without knowing what's going on. I'm literally leaving all my real estate, my life behind.
That's good for the neighborhood. We appreciate that. I think maybe I could call the question now, but I think, Russell, we should talk about what exactly the hours are we're voting on.
Yeah, well, so my view is, I mean, we went through this, you know, on a side street, we said 10. It seems to me we shouldn't hold an avenue to the same standard that we hold a side street. So I think if 10 was okay on a side street, I think 11 should be okay on the avenue.
Okay, let's try it. If it doesn't work out, like I said, we could ask them to come back in 3 or 4 months and say, these are the problems, and maybe we have to look at the hours. So I'm willing to try it and see how it works.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, Judy, you're calling the question?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone opposed? If not, I'm going to the roll. Anyone's voting no, not voting for cause, abstaining, please let me know. This is a motion to approve, including the 11 o'clock hours. Okay, Marco.
Absolutely not.
Goof now? No?
Okay. Mrs. Brown.
I'm troubled with the hours. I could approve this with the stipulation that we'll try 11 o'clock for 3 months. And if that is not a problem, then fine. But if it is, then we need to go back and reduce the hours.
I'm okay with that.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
All right, thank you.
Russell, is that you agreeable to
Yeah,
that?
fine. Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Judy?
No, I'm fine.
So you're
So you voted yes?
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay. All right. Okay, great. So that's going to go down as a 8-1 approval. Again, reminder, all of these go to the full board meeting on the 20th. So we encourage you to be there. You know, I highly recommend you be there. Because
What time is that?
Same time, 6:30 start time on the 20th.
Location, please.
That is a good question. We're back in.
It's the Ramaz School. The Ramaz School on, if you give me 1 second, I can get you the cross street.
Okay. And meanwhile, Evan, I see your hands up.
The Ramaz School, Heyman Auditorium, East 85th between Park and Lexington.
Thank you.
Do we need to bring anything with us or no?
Nope.
And
Yeah, I
I
just want to make sure
unmuted
you got
Evan.
me as a yes, Abraham. You said
We
I
can
won.
give you
I
more
didn't hear.
information.
offline.
Evan,
More
I
than-
have
I'll
you-
reach out to Robert. I'll reach out to Robert.
Yeah, perfect.
You have his number?
I have you
That's
at the yes, Evan.
Oh, that's Robert we've been talking to. Hey, Rob, how are you?
Okay. All right. So thank you very much. Unless there's any other old or new business, I will welcome a motion to I see a hand on the phone.
No,
Who's 917?
If you're on the phone,
Hi,
is
Abraham. Hi,
Go
no,
ahead.
Abraham, it's Faith Fraser. And just a quick question, because I brought this up several months ago. So I don't know if it's bring it up at this meeting or transportation about a restaurant still on our corner that still has roadway dining with an outside shed, a covered shed. Does that go to Department of the Transportation Committee meeting?
It goes both, but also can you send if you haven't already, send that again to Robert? We can follow up as to
Sure.
where that is and why that's still there.
Yeah, La Esquina on East 73rd, Robert. I'll send it to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Marco?
Thank you. Very quick. Why the Cafe Bon Gusto has been 3 times on the calendar and agenda and 3 times has put it a layover? Do you have an idea why?
Sure, Marco. I had gotten from the last month for July, the restaurant themselves called me and asked to be laid over because the owner is out of the country. Today, I got an email from the attorney saying that they are withdrawing the application, and he
Thank
was
you.
going to have a discussion with. He encouraged his client to have a discussion with his neighbors.
Thank you so much.
Great. Okay, Mrs. Brown?
Thank you. I would like for us to, under new business at the next meeting, to discuss hours, some type of consistency for cannabis shops that are going to open up in our community, so that I'm clear and that everybody's treated fairly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, I'll make a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second? Okay.
Second.
All right, thanks, everyone. Have a good night.
Good night, everybody. Stay safe.